making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strowman's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Darby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Alrighty, here we go once again. It just feels like we continue to run it back, doesn't it, Pilski? But it's time for the Dallas Oceania qualifier. It's the close qualifier, of course, as we now get into the pointy end of things. And we're keen to kick it off because we've got 2 days of Ocean XCS to find out which team is going to be making their way over to North America one more time. And the way things are looking at the moment, well, Greyhound certainly has their angle in that direction, I would say. So we'll see how things play out. But yeah, good to be back for another show.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this qualifier. Obviously, another 14 qualifier here in Oceania with a cheeky little lower bracket to see who's going to be going through to IEM Dallas. This time, I mean, it's kind of par for the course. This is what we're used to seeing here in Oceania. You got a couple of the top teams. You know, 3 top teams here in Oceania. Greyhound considered to be leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the competition right now. BNK and Rooster obviously trying to nip at their heels a little bit, although the gap appears to be widening. And then you always have an extra little 4th team. Last time in the IEM quals, I believe that was Chengdu. We had Mindfreak, who actually turned a lot of heads and surprised a lot of people. So let's see if Vantage will have their chance to have a bit of a breakout performance here, managing to crack into the top 4 now.
Yeah, I guess they're obviously one of those interesting teams that has kind of been floating around for a little while. I would say at the moment it's actually kind of hard to say who is actually squarely sitting in that 4th place position because there has been a lot of roster changes, and it sort of feels like at the moment those teams that are kind of battling for that spot are on any given day kind of taking matches off of one another. You got Mindfreak, you got Vantage, you got KZG, you got this new making history which is now called Vex. They're potentially an interesting team to talk about. I mean, DXA is kind of floating around. I'm probably missing 1 or 2 teams as well that are worth a mention in that position, but at least in this case, at least in the Dallas qualifier, you can see that Vantage have managed to take that slot. So looking at the other teams that we have to talk about, yeah, I mean, Greyhound, Rooster, BNK, it's going to be hard to go past those 3. And, well, yeah, based on what we've been seeing so far in the last probably 2-3 weeks, it is definitely looking like it's going to be Greyhounds to lose. But then again, you know, maybe BNK can bounce back after a rougher night last night, or Rooster, with their new addition of Danger, could be potentially able to pose a threat.
Yeah, I think looking at Vantage, obviously a little bit of a different roster than what we were seeing in the past. They've made a couple of roster changes, and looking at the results of the Open qualifier, you did have them take down Mindfreak in a very close game, 13-11, and take out Making History 2-0 in some pretty convincing maps, I would say, to be honest, 13-8, 13-9. So you can't argue that they don't deserve to be here. They've beaten out a lot of their biggest competitors. However, I believe if you're interested in seeing whether they can have any kind of breakout performance against a Rooster fresh off a roster change, that's something for the B stream. At least over here, we're going to be taking a look at Greyhound and Bad News Kangaroos, a matchup that we just watched last night.
Yeah, indeed. And it was a matchup that didn't really last very long either last night, did it? It was actually, again, another one of the performances from Greyhound that made you realize, okay, these guys are actually really that much better than everybody else, and it seems like that trajectory is only actually improving as well for Greyhound, because as I've said a couple of times, I felt like at the start of this year and even towards the back end of last year, as soon as Dexter kind of came into that roster, obviously there was like some couple of months maybe where it took Greyhound some time to kind of get used to what they were doing, and they had some degree of susceptibility for a couple of months, but it seems like they've kind of worked through that now, and they're looking really like quite an indomitable force. Yesterday night it was 13-3 and 13-4 on Vertigo and Mirage respectively for Greyhound. Technically, those were 2 BO1s, so I'm not sure that we'll necessarily see the exact same map pool coming out today in the best of 3, but as to whether or not the result is going to change up all that much, it's kind of hard to imagine that it's going to go any other way, because I mean, Greyhound looked so damn good yesterday, and they looked really, really good in a couple of the other matches that we've watched them play. We were watching that One Code Frontier tournament. They kind of swept through that one as well. So it seems like at the moment Greyhound are kind of a well-oiled machine, and that's exactly what you'd want to be seeing heading into that Asia RMR, which, you know, funnily enough, last night we were thinking like, oh, well, maybe there's not that many games left for Greyhound to play, but they do actually have to play today and tomorrow, and I assume after that, then they're going to be going over to the Asia RMR. So there's not a lot of time actually for them from this qualifier into that Asia RMR, but luckily it's only about a 10-hour flight to China from Australia, so hopefully that'll do them well. Either way, we'll jump into Mirage and kick things off here. It is the map pick of Greyhound, so they'll be starting on T side, and we'll see if they can replicate the success that they had yesterday on that one. As I said, 13-4 for Greyhound. It was a pretty rough defeat for BNK.
Yeah, and Greyhound's gone ahead and picked that. Feeling quite comfortable, quite confident to go ahead and play that in the opening game of this matchup. Inferno to follow with Vertigo as the decider. Vertigo was also a pretty cut and dry result. So bad news Kangaroos, it goes without saying, they have their work cut out for them tonight, especially given that the map pool is quite relevant to the result yesterday. Inferno is the second. Has been a game that, or a map that has previously gone to BNK in some of the best of one matchups and things like that. So hopefully they can try to make something happen on that map. And hopefully they've been able to wake up a little bit. Not only did Greyhound kind of outplay them, in terms of the tactics, in terms of the macro and the chemistry, the teamwork yesterday, but in terms of the firepower, it was outclassed in every department. Liaz on the entry straight out here. Two players contesting mid on either side. Pat's going to be the first one to take a duel. It's a little sloppy with the USP, unfortunately, and there's not much room for error playing Greyhound these days. Hazard gets taken out on triple as well, and it's looking like much of the same here today, Jordan.
Yeah, indeed. Couple of awesome pistol rounds from Liaz on this map yesterday. Doesn't look like he's going to have to do too much work in this one. Alistair, nice double on the entry into A, and Inz kind of working mid on his own. Helped out a little bit by Vexite there, but yeah, all's well that ends well for Greyhound here. A 3-on-1 post plant. PZ to try to salvage things, but he's got no idea where Inz is, and that'll be the 3K on the P250 from Inz. Good start to the map for Greyhound. And just while we have a little bit of a break here in between the rounds, I can tell you the map pool is going to be Mirage, Inferno, and then Vertigo. So we do get the Mirage and Vertigo that we saw yesterday, or potentially. I'm not sure that we are going to go through to a third map in this game, but if we do require it, we'll get there. And BNK, well, let's see what they can do. Deagles last night, they were somewhat successful with, but didn't really translate into a whole lot. So going to have to be more than successful with the Deagles, and then the gun rounds is where we're going to be really interested.
Yeah, contest in mid. Multiple CTs fighting that position. See Hats swinging in tandem with another player. HE nade inside the window smoke. It's only a 1-for-1. See Alistair abandoning all mid control as the rest of Greyhound crunch on Grace under balcony. Now fights towards jungle. Alistair's able to win that one, and the Deagles not seeing as much success as yesterday.
Not so far. And just how quickly these BNK members are dying on duels really indicates to you how strong Greyhound are looking at the mechanics. So I think that is something that we didn't really talk much to yesterday, but I don't know if maybe it's just placebo because I'm kind of high on Greyhound at the moment, and I've been, you know, positively impressed by what I've seen from them this year. But I also feel like just in general, the level of individual mechanics has kind of gone up in this Greyhound roster as well. And maybe I'm talking rubbish really, because they've always been very, very individually talented, but I just feel like everything at the moment is kind of looking good. Not just the macro side, but even actually also the micro side.
Single flash over the top from Brace this round, it's looking like. Bad news Kangaroo is going to wait out the window smoke, the molly and con, maybe wait for the T's to start to take some mid control before the flash goes over the top for Brace. To probably help the rest of the CTs just jump out window here, try to find some kind of cheeky timing. Or maybe they're just going to simply wait out the smoke.
Backside. We're going to land his shot there, but Dexter's doing the work with the Mag-10, and that's kind of the ideal scenario actually for Greyhound. Mag-10 gets a couple of kills, only players to drop in the round. Dexter will want to buy a anyway. And Vexite even decides he wants to pick the Mac-10 up to go and get the kill, and then he goes and retrieves his AK. So even that little small advantage that can be gained by Greyhound. A little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. They're thinking about that as well.
First gun round here for BNK. Money's built up quite substantially here for Greyhound, and they don't opt to buy up to an AK. It's going to be an AWP out for Alistair in the opening gun round. Same on the other side of things for PZ. It was hitting some shots on Mirage yesterday. Not that they were having a tremendous amount of impact. They still kind of got smacked a little bit. This time a 2-1-2 in the opening gun round here for BNK. PZ put onto the B apps line early on. Alistair awaits on the other side, so we're going to get an AWP duel on the extremity here.
More than happy to wait for PZ to creep onto that line, and then he gets Hazza as well. Oh, what? He's got Brace
He's taken over. He was doing this yesterday on Mirage, dude. This is the same form from Alistair, which is making me feel very good about Greyhound. Everything is at the moment, but that's kind of vintage Alistair. I feel like we haven't seen those kind of rounds happen as routinely. Ins activating on the flank there. Stopping the CTs from saving. Obviously, when your AWP self-sufficiently kills, 60% of the enemy team, and you don't even have to rotate on the other side of the map, you understand that the CTs naturally are going to try to save these rifles for the next round, maxing out the loss bonus. They won't be allowed to. Hats alone with an M4, and as far as a first gun round goes for BNK, that was a bit of a nothing round. You get wiped by the T-side AWP in B apartments, and that's the round done and dusted.
Yeah, not a great sign going forward. If Alistair's already 7-0, we talked about how he's that kind of X-factor player when he's having a good map. He's kind of just going to win it for Greyhound. It doesn't really matter what everyone else is doing.
The thing is, like, that's true, and I feel like the consistency of those maps coming out though was like maybe like for him to have a really good map, like I would say 1 in 10. Would that be fair? Like
Yeah,
1 in 10 games, Alistair's going to pop off and win you a map.
I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition of a really good game is, but if I'm thinking about it,
I think like hard carry performance.
I'd maybe say 1 in 15. I don't know. I think 1 in 10 is maybe a little generous, but
okay. Like I'm thinking that Anubis game at Sydney.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For me, yeah, maybe 1 in 15.
Yeah, and I feel like the consistency on that is going up a little bit right now.
Yeah, trending in the right direction.
It seems like he's having better and better games, and it's starting to kind of rediscover his form a bit.
I don't disagree.
It's interesting.
But the thing is,
it's kind of interesting because I think the whole narrative around Dexter in Europe was that he couldn't use AWPers.
Yeah. Well, at least that was the narrative coming out of the Mouse roster.
The Beagles
is doing a bit of work there, but Dexter is given a bit of a reprieve in the end by Brace, who just doesn't land his shots with the 5-7. Could have been a big moment that would have turned that round. Now it's Ins taking the fight to Hazza, and there's not really much of a chance there for Hazza. Ins is also not really missing a step in this game. 6-0. But on the topic of Alistair, I guess again, you sort of have to really check yourself a little bit when you're saying that, because a lot of what we've seen is Greyhound playing against domestic competition and kind of rolling them. So in one sense there, it has to be said, it is going to be a little bit easier on these guys right now over the last couple of months. And yeah, they're looking fantastic domestically, but that only gets you so far, right? There's only so much mileage that buys you in terms of a storyline or in terms of how people perceive you until you start to do that against, again, the Asia teams at the Asia RMR, and then beyond that, potentially at the Major as well. If this kind of performance continues into those kinds of events, well then, yeah, then we're really on. But for now, yeah, Greyhound's looking fantastic, but there's still that little caveat that we haven't actually seen them play internationally yet with this roster.
Start applying pressure to the extremity here, playing with confidence, wanting to take a duel with Hazza, who at least in Oceania is known to be one of the stronger anchor players in the region. He's able to punish Dexter for applying that much pressure to B apartments, giving the man advantage to B and K, and then going to layer a Molotov into underpass, smoke off con, try to keep the T's at arm's length in middle for the time being, maintain that man advantage, and in fact, Addict further extends it. The rifling core of B and K is something we mentioned time and time again. And in this round, it's doing them a lot of work.
That's a decent trade from Ali. But it's on to Inns and Alistair, the 7-0, 8-0, combined 15-0 power duo right now for Greyhound to either keep their scoreboard clean or see Greyhound lose their first round. And Inns is not prepared to give things up just yet. Does take a lot of HP for that kill, but brings it back to the 3-on-2 at the very least. The issue's going to be Brace with this flank. He's been spotted out. Oh, surely not. He pulled his knife out. I mean, 30 seconds, though. Greyhound are in such a sticky situation here that they've kind of just got to hold the W key in somewhere. And they should be dropping as a result of that. And PZ will make short work of the attempted push-up connector. They were just a little bit too restricted there, the duo of Greyhound. And both Inns and Ali will find their first death for the map. And also, with that, BNK will get their first round.
I feel like Dexter, very enthusiastic at B-Apps there. Almost kind of limit testing. It felt like his ability to create an opening on the extremity. But when you get punished for that and there's no real pressure elsewhere on the map, you know, it's just a man advantage given up for Greyhound early in the round. Didn't really pull any rotations to speak of. Didn't really cause much of an impact. So this time, Greyhound going to be a little more reserved. Once again, Alistair over on the B extremity with the AWP. It's a big mid-crunch from BNK this round, but they're not going to catch anything at all. It's very slow pacing, 2-1-2, with multiple players posted up on extremities, taking Palace and B apps control, or at least applying pressure to those parts of the map. So after all said and done, mid's been cleared. The extremities have been held by Greyhound. You're going to see the rotation settle on both sides. BNK come back towards the sites. Greyhound start to organize themselves back towards A here. Or maybe a little bit of an execute in the mid to late round. So another re-clear on mid. They know Greyhound is not going for any kind of pressure towards middle. There's been no real pressure towards B-Apps in the last few seconds. This should be a reasonable read for BNK on this retake, but not much retilt to be able to complete it. PZ needs to try to get a pick before this execute gets rolling as well, and he's been able to do so beautifully.
Yeah, Leo's just overstepping a little bit. There's another one for PZ, and Addict spamming through the smoke also caught Dexter. The execute has not worked out for Greyhound the way they would have liked it to, which leaves Alistair to try to cause a bit of a ruckus here. And he's going to be unable to do that as well. It's actually a good couple of rounds back-to-back from BNK. Starts to get them like reasonably feeling like they can actually compete in this map. I have completely counted them out based on what we saw yesterday, Pilski. But at least 2 rounds there in a row, and I guess money's starting to maybe dwindle a little bit on that T side. BNK, well, they're seeing that loss bonus build up on Greyhound and wondering maybe they're not going to be resettable just yet, but try to put one foot in front of the other. A couple of good rounds in a row.
Rushing out mid. 2 for 1 in favor of Greyhound early on. PZ's at least able to trade one back. And again, is kind of looking in better form than we've seen from him in a while. He was still doing damage on Mirage. Brace volleyed out of position. Still almost gets 1. And some change, actually. I thought he was going to get 2 from that. Excite able to pick up PZ on the re-peek into middle, and it leaves Hazard after a messy exchange flanking through B apartments with a potential chance to drop the bomb. But it's going to be a reroute back to A.
Excite's making a bit of noise, so Hazard will be aware that there's probably a free kill around here in T-Spawn if he shifts himself quickly into here. And he does at least get the 1, but can't get more than that because Alistair is on his bike into the A site already. Pretty winnable round, though, for Hazard, considering he's got the smoke and the defuse kit. But good post-plant positions for Greyhound as well, it has to be said. CT spawn completely cleared out by Liaz. Alistair watching Palace. The only places he can really come from are connector and main. And Greyhound don't really need to do anything right now until they hear a tap on the bomb. So Hazard just used a little bit too much time up and elects that he'll go and save the AK instead. That's the unfortunate reality for BNK is they put together a couple of decent rounds in a row, but that's just never going to be enough to actually give you a very impressive half. And then immediately Greyhound just responds with something like that.
I think at the same time, though, those rounds were not too inspiring from Greyhound that BNK was picking up. Like, Dexter ran out B-Apps in the first of the 2 that BNK picked up. The second was an A execute, which was a bit disjointed. They held the extremities. They didn't really create any mid pressure. BNK had perfect info in mid, knew that there was no pressure towards B. And then kind of just some sloppy peeking and layering of utility allows PZ to get a multi-frag before the exec even gets kicked off. So I think, you know, yes, it was well played by BNK, but those rounds were looking a little sloppier from Greyhound. This started looking like it's going to be an AXE thrown by Dexter here after a bit of mid-pressure from Greyhound to send ins out. Objective being to cause a bit of a rotation towards the A side of the map and then try to creep out B on the timing. That'll leave Hazard on his lonesome. Out comes the A utility here. Dexter sending ins out A ramp.
Hazard. Good for one so far, but Alistair's never going to let you get away on a line like that. Quick flank coming through from BNK, though. Be a big difference maker for Addict if he can manage to actually double down here, particularly if he can catch the bomb. Issue is the bomb has already escaped. He has. We'll get a bit of a rude awakening, but there's still a chance in this round for Greyhound if Dexter gets that frag, which of course he does. But instantly gives his life back up to PZ. So now the shoe's on the other foot, and it's Alistair that has to try to negotiate a 2-on-1.
Addict trying to catch him on the cross here. Sees the util coming in. PZ going to be pulled over on the rotation. Addict here's the plant on default here. No util to flush Alistair out. He's going to flash himself back onto the line.
Very winnable for Alistair now. Oh, misses the shot though, and Addict will do enough to save the day for BNK. It's going to be a costly round for them going down to just the one gun, but it is a third.
BNK are doing a really good job at the moment of taking mid control and using it effectively. Greyhound really pressuring towards the extremities a lot. They did contest mid early on there, but BNK weren't pushed away by it. They kept their feet firmly on the ground in middle, and they're using that as a good pivot point to try to control and catch rotations from Greyhound in the mid to late round. You saw that with the flank through underpass. You've seen multiple opportunities at flanks for BNK in the mid to late round and finding impacts. But, you know, at the end of the day, we still end up in this swing round situation. $1,900 from both teams in terms of loss bonus and no cash in the bank. This is a very critical round for BNK to make this a close half. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a whitewash in the favor of Greyhound here.
Well, pop flash to go into connector. There's nothing really off the back of that, so Addict is relatively unperturbed still.
Missed window smoke. Problematic. PZ up over the top of the smoke has found Alistair. This AWP duel has actually been quite scintillating today.
You do already have backside up into the window, but Addict is going to be able to clear that one out, and the deagle shots here from Dexter, oh, they're generally pretty good, and that is just exactly what you expect from a player like Dexter. 2-on-2 now. Greyhound in a solid position to get the bomb plan down quite safely. Inns is not shying away from these fights, and it's a good thing because he's been able to pick Hazard up as well, and he's taken Hats out too, so that's it, round over. And 7-3 the scoreline.
And that breaks the CT money very harshly. It's only a single eco reset, but it's a potential chance at least an 8-4, if not a 9-3 half for Greyhound. So look, some good resurgence from BNK has to be said. They controlled mid well in a couple of rounds in this half, but it's still not a close half for Counter-Strike, Jordan.
So, sir. 4 USPs and a deagle. It's going to get even more one-sided. Don't know about you, but it does feel like BNK have been maybe a little more competitive today than they were yesterday, but I guess you're grasping at straws really with a conversation like that. That's the silver lining really for BNK at the moment. I guess you have to sort of say, well, Hats is still pretty new to the roster. Maybe expectations aren't at an all-time high for BNK, but I think, again, that's also a bit of a false storyline too, because as soon as Hats came into this roster, we were like, well, BNK's looking pretty good. It's just that Greyhound, you know, like BNK might have gotten 10% better, but it feels like Greyhound have gotten 50% better or 100% better. You know, they've kind of just gone sprinting past them. Or not that they were ever behind them necessarily, but BNK might have felt like they were closing the distance, and then Greyhound found their second win and said, nah.
I don't know. I'm starting to question BNK a little bit with these games against Greyhound, although Greyhound's in very good form. But BNK is really not showing me anything to get too excited about. I guess I'll have to reserve my expectations until I see them potentially play Rooster in this qualifier. That might be a better representation of what the general level is looking like. Last gun round of the half here. Nice chance for P&K to chip one more in there. It's a pretty limited util buy here from the CT side. No kits. It's going to hurt them in the late round. We end up in a post plant. Once again, AWP over on the B apartments line here for the CT side. And a big presence in mid seems to be the go-to for B&K. HE nade in the window smoke. And Brace has been found on the A side of the map by Liaz.
Oh, Addict didn't see the second player walking up connector, which is going to be a little bit of a problem for him. Dexter should get the freebie in just a second, and there it is. So we're back to 3-on-3. Bit of a spread defense now. Rotation's being pulled over toward that A bomb side, and Util heading in that direction still is going to keep B&K on that side of the map, but I'm not sure that Greyhound are interested in actually going toward A. Couple of low HP members there for Liaz, and Dexter does make this one a bit more difficult. And Alistair dropping the bomb in mid is a really big problem now for Greyhound, because they've got to find a way to retake that. Dexter at least has the value of the Molotov into jungle that will allow him to get back into position to collect the bomb. A lot of this feels like it comes down to what Liaz can do on this creep out from apartments. If he's able to pick PZ, which looks pretty good, then we might be, again, off to the races in the direction of the B bomb site. Dexter just hiding inside that smoke for a second. And I imagine he's heard the footsteps of Hats. So has a pretty good read on where he's coming from. Safe plant. Hats for the 1-on-2.
No kit. It's got to speed things up quite a bit. Little bit of util to work with.
Yeah, hasn't been given much of an opportunity there, though. Liaz will lock it down at 9-3. It's another solid first half from Greyhound.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out.
We're back into the second half. Scoreline's 9-3 at the moment. It doesn't really feel like much has changed since yesterday. Kind of just one big, long fever dream for BNK, and unfortunately they haven't woken up from it.
Yeah, I mean, some signs of life. Couple of decent rounds in there. It's nice to see PZ hitting some shots again. Been critical of his form over the last little bit. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really do much to change the scoreline here, which BNK will have to climb out of this hole on the T side. Smack to Con. Straight across middle, a backwards B-hop, and a one-tap from Hats into window. It's going to give BNK mid-control and the man advantage here. It's a good start.
Start they need. Pistol is going to be super important. Texas got a bit of information. Spotted a player jumping in Palace. There's only 3 members to defend with here for Greyhound, so 4 on 5 may be doable. 3 on 5, I'm not really liking your chances all that much. Leah's trying to scramble across from the B bomb side. Has kind of got himself stuck in between a rock and a hard place as well. And this pistol round will end up being a little bit too easy for BNK. That would have to do something immensely in the miracle variety to actually win this round, and already getting 2 kills there is a pretty good start in that department. Somehow he's got another one through the flash. Hang on, guys. BNK got to stop giving him these 1v1s. Ultimately decides to go through the murder hole right into Hats' P250. But that could have been a little scary for a moment there.
It's a good resurgence from Hats as well, though. Very crispy one tap from top mid with the P250 and ends up with a 3k, doubling his kills found in the first half. So hopefully that's a bit of a turnaround, because we've been praising his performances on the BNK roster over the last little bit. It'll be much needed, especially against a Greyhound roster that forces round 2 with the Hero M4 on ins.
They've already got that mid control pretty established. And knowing Greyhound, they're the kind of team that's going to go and look for more here. Dexter, in particular, is someone that he's pretty confident in his own ability, so he's just going to hold that W key and try to keep getting more information for Greyhound. It might come through a little bit too late, though, because BNK have not slowed down toward the A-bomb site at all. Leaz with that M4, going to be pivotal, and Dexter cleared out on the flank. Round's not quite going too swimmingly for Greyhound here, despite the investment. And that'll be an open plant for Haz, or at least an open plant tap. BNK having no troubles in this round at the moment. 1 for 1 is not enough for Greyhound to really right back into this round. So maybe better off just saving these guns.
M4 retained by Leaz, so he can drop a pistol over to someone else. Scout is going to be kept over for some further damage. BNK, not too much cash built up, and they've got 4 rifles here, so probably just want to save what they can from this round and just enjoy the fact that they've picked up a 5th, starting to turn around this half. Nothing to write home about just yet, but promising signs early on.
Well, closest map we've seen from them in the last couple of days. So that's a start.
Well, if it ends 13-5 or 13-6, I don't think we're going to be that much more impressed. Hopefully they can turn this strong start and good-looking T-side economy into something. Is Leaz? I thought Leaz had a pistol. Maybe he had an MP9 that he upgraded to the M4, so it might not have been a pistol upgrade for someone. A-stack going to be placed well here for Greyhound, because this is just a bit of mid-util pressure from Brace, a 1-4 into an AXE.
Decent of stuff. So you've got 5 Greyhound members trying to hold on to this A-bomb site. Every possibility things can go wrong in a round like this if you're on the T side, but looks like it's pretty easily navigated in the end by BNK. Addict survives on 1 HP. Dexter needs to get a little cheeky around the smoke. Will be undone by Hats, former teammate. But 9-6 is the scoreline, and BNK continue to creep a little closer. First gun round here for Greyhound in the second half.
Yeah, Orp's out as well. Alistair's made the short jump and not spotted on the cross. Unfortunately, PZ beats him to the punch though, scaling out across top mid behind the boxes. Alistair was not prepared for that. Orp's going to hit the deck early on. How did Greyhound respond now? Pressure on the extremity, deep smoke on B apartments. Liaz takes the info and the space over in this part of the map. Top mid and connector smokes from B and K. But not taking steps into the middle. Just maintaining that man advantage and now looking towards that B apps to actually go for a bit of an exit and leave Addict on the lurk in middle, which is going to push them straight into Liaz.
Yeah, and he's taken a lot of space in apartments. Still going to take a long time for Greyhound to get members back across to the B bomb site. Liaz will need to get 2 here. Timing looking really good for him, and they've lined up. Hazard and Hats both go down, and that's just the experience of Liaz showing. He's aware of the possibility, sets himself up in the perfect position, and in a blink of an eye, BNK lose their numbers advantage. They've got to reroute themselves as well because they just can't take control of apartments.
Rotations come through from Greyhound towards B, but the longer that BNK take to slip up connector here, the more time Vexside has to get in position. Dexter, a bit of an off angle being played at triple here. Not sure he's going to be ejected in a position like this.
Yep.
Flash over the top of CT.
It'll be an easy one for Dexter in the end.
Yeah,
1 for 1. But Vexside still has a bit of work to do here. He put the molly down, doesn't deny the bomb plan, and Addict. He steps up this time for BNK. And just when you think Liaz might have done enough to win the round for Greyhound, actually, we're going to have to look toward Liaz again to try to save the day. 2 on 1. He's got a nade. It's not quite going to go deep enough to finish Addict off. A little bit of a tickle, but nothing more. And Liaz has so many different angles that he has to check. He can't dig out PZ. Really good salvage from BNK. And now they're starting to look competitive.
Oh, for sure. This is a much better game from BNK. Soft reset on Greyhound's economy here. Let's not slip up against the half buy. Many teams be losing against the half buy from Greyhound in this region pretty routinely. BNK being one of the worst defenders as well, so look, let's maintain this economy lead. 2+K on all of these players. Great cash on the P side. In a nice clean round here, and it started well. Addict's looking crispy as always.
Nice shot from Hats. No chance for Dexter in the round. But then again, there's the ever-present threat of the Deagle still lurking in this round, and BNK can't afford to rest on their laurels. Second half has been good pretty much up to this point, but got to remember that they're up against Greyhound, and that is a team that can kind of make something from nothing.
Alistair's taken Palace control with an AK. That is really kind of the biggest threat for BNK. They're going to be aware of that, though. A lot of teams who come heavy at a ramp here will be mollying off Palace. He's still able to find PZ coming late into Palace side, though, so surrounded on all sides here. BNK is going to take some spawn control, but that's straight into Liaz, spamming that Deagle away. These are the reasons why we say the half buys are so dangerous. Brace, only 2 kills. Must more than double his kills to complete this 1 on 3.
Yeah, this is not the round to be losing. And he can't even get the better of Vexside. AK versus MP9. And Greyhound will get their 10th. They'll get double digits, and that kind of feels like it's the nail in the coffin for BNK. Those are the sorts of rounds where you lose that and you go back to at the end of the map and say, that is where it started.
Yeah, I mean, mentally, that's a difficult one. Going to be a bit of an economy swing as well, because Greyhound pick up 3 AKs there. Ali can buy himself an AWP. They still got pretty nice loss bonus at 2.9. BNK do have the cash to be able to recover from that one, with only 1900 loss bonus of their own. Their money's going to be a bit funky if they drop this one. Hats and Hazard will sit around 2k, 2.5 for PC. Addict and Brace have a bit of cash, but it would probably have to be a save with some hero AKs if BNK drop this one. 1-3-1 for Greyhound. Trying to contest middle. Double smokes onto Cat here for BNK into an A-site timing.
Flash is good. Forces Dexter to duck away for a moment. Molotov going to be Sen in his position as well, but Dexter still pretty comfortable in the end. Does get his head ripped off by Hats. That's a duel we've seen a couple of times go that way. Problem is going to be, though, for BNK, they've been losing their advantages elsewhere, and they're now kind of stuck in that awkward spot on the T side where you're trying to enter into the A side of Mirage, and no one really is making any significant movements. Hats will be forced away. It is still 3-on-3. PC brought one back. Vexai looking for the timing, almost gave away his position with the shots, but Hazard didn't turn around, didn't cancel the plant, and PC went down as well, and Hats has nothing to do there once he's lost his two teammates. It's 11-7. Greyhound one step closer.
Money is not good for BNK. They really could not have afforded losing to that half buy into losing the subsequent gun round. And this is where I'm saying it's got to be single save, hero AK, 2 hero AKs for Brace and Addict to try to make something happen before they concede map point to Greyhound. It's a better map from BNK, but unfortunately, despite some good rounds here and there. Oh, hold on. Dexter caught by, I don't even know, was that a CT flash or his own flash perhaps? Because he was full white, but I didn't see a flash assist there.
Either way, it's 4-on-5. Couple of AKs here to play with for BNK. Round's definitely not an impossible one to win. Ali's on a great line though. Oh, I don't know that he saw Hazard there. Obviously kind of hard to tell just based on the mini-map.
Yeah, this is the issue. Like, BNK have no map control. Full control for Greyhound in middle and B apartments. So Greyhound know exactly what's happening this round. They've got an excellent read. As this is buying time for the rotation. Alistair picking the T's on the cross.
Yeah, looking a little bit too easy for the Greyhound guys on the A side for the moment there. But Brace and Hazard will make me eat my words until Liaz arrives again. He has been so solid. 15-7. Mirage is his playground at the moment, it feels like. And Hazard again tasked with another 2-on-1. Haven't really seen the clutches be too good for BNK in the last couple of days. But it really feels like they need this one if they were to stay competitive on the map, and that's just not going to happen. Liaz shuts it down. 4K in the round. 12-7 the score.
Such a clinical 2-on-1 as well when they know the duel was taken top mid by Hazard. They were both spotted on the A site. They just choose to walk hand in hand, ensuring the trade potential and not letting the T take initiative. Instead, just staying active, repositioning, and going and trying to find him together. I love that approach to playing the 2-on-1 there from Greyhound. Especially when the T has time to reposition. You don't know where he's going to be coming from. Race taking the AWP into middle. It's a mistake. He had no head armor, and Inz is going to punish him for that. Hazard, in the meanwhile, continuing the good work, is able to pick up Vexite on Catwalk. Liaz again applying so much pressure in B apartments.
Bit of a creep through mid though, coming in here from Bad News Kangaroos. So B defenders are going to be tested, though Alistair hasn't let them pass just yet, and in the end Hazard is going to have to smoke himself off on short there to try and get into that B bomb. So he had the bomb. Super important that he was able to make that cross. They haven't been able to dig ins out just yet, so you've still got a line of defense on that B site. Greyhound, they're not going down easily here at all, and Inz barely even goes down. Alistair fighting that trade. He just bought so much time there, Inz, that ended up being a pretty easy cleanup for Greyhound. And there we have another one. A little bit more competitive for BNK, but in the last 2 days, that's now 3 maps in a row that Greyhound have won comfortably over BNK, and that tells a story in and of itself.
Yeah, at least a little bit better of a game from BNK though. And I think, honestly, that is the benefit really of having a really strong team like Greyhound that are in this kind of form in the region. Like, I think just going head to head against them, although it is obviously kind of depressing to continually lose to the same team. I mean, that's something that they've been doing for years anyway. I think this is really, really good to kind of cut their teeth on a team that's in the form that Greyhound's in right now, and just continue to try to improve. So at least I did see some better signs than yesterday from BNK, outside of Brace, who had a bit of an off game for himself. So look, let's see what they're going to be able to put together in the next map. It's a map that they haven't played against Greyhound in a little while. I don't think they have played it in some of the other series, and it is the new version of Inferno that a lot of people seem to be avoiding at the moment. We'll see how much that gets played in the RMR for Greyhound, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm such a huge fan of Inferno at the moment. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the changes that they made, but apparently Vertex still are, because that's the map that they've chosen to go toward in this series. So I guess that's the other silver lining, that they were able to kind of push Greyhound on Mirage, on Greyhound's map choice, and they know that they can now go into Inferno and hopefully do a little bit of a better job on that one. Last time they did play it, though, it was Greyhound that got the win on that map, but it did go to OT. So, hey, maybe there's something still in there for BNK in this series. We'll have to find out right after the break, and it's time for us to head there now. So, don't go too far away. Inferno is going to be coming up after this.
Counter-Strike Global Offensive is a tactical first-person shooter. 2 teams of 5 players compete against each other, the terrorists and the counter-terrorists. The terrorist goal is to place a bomb in one of 2 zones and prevent the counter-terrorist from defusing it before the bomb counter ticks down to 0. The counter-terrorist must try to defuse the bomb and stop the terrorist. In addition, each team can also win a round by eliminating all opposing players. The first team to win 16 rounds wins the match. After 15 rounds, the roles will be reversed, with the attacking team becoming the defenders and vice versa. Each player starts with 100 points of health, a small amount of money, a standard pistol and a knife. In the course of the game, the players win virtual money by winning rounds, eliminating opponents or defusing a bomb. This money can be used to buy equipment, weapons or protective vests at the start of each round. If the player dies, they lose their equipment. Managing the team's money has great influence on the game and is an important tactical factor. But at its core, the game is about reaction speed, communication, map knowledge, and mental strength.
Jesus, that's big.
Oh wow, that is quite something.
Can you imagine playing with that?
Oh, surely that's not enjoyable.
Now that's a good size.
Yeah.
Nice and small.
Maybe not small enough.
Ladies, I couldn't help it over here. I think I may have exactly what you need.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and show us?
Sure. I'll send it over. I call it the White Hammer.
Oh my god.
What the fuck, dude?
You're so disgusting.
What?
Who plays with a white crosshair?
Terrible visibility.
Let's play later. I'll show you.
I ain't going anywhere near that thing.
Alrighty, welcome back on in. It is time for map number 2, and it's of course Inferno. As you can see, Bad News Kangaroos were the team to pick that map, and hopefully that's going to bring with it the winds of change, because out of the 3 maps that we've watched Greyhound and Bad News Kangaroos play against each other over the last couple of days, all 3 of them have looked very easy for Greyhound. Although, it has to be said, that last game of Mirage may be a little bit more difficult for them than the games we watched last night. So, hopefully BNK can show us something here on Inferno.
Dexter solo beat. With just the dualies and the smoke here. BNK slowly working this map control. Making some moves towards a heavily stacked bracket. Could be problematic for the T side here.
Well, Sloan said he wins the race, apparently. We're not going anywhere quickly in this round, but now that we are going, well, we're going in the wrong direction as far as B&K are concerned, because first couple of headshots will go the way of the CT side. Only now has Inns been brought down. Vexite unsuccessful in his duel as well, but overall numbers are going to persist there for Greyhound, and you still got to find your way past Dexter, who was on that rotate with the dualies, but didn't even really have to come into play. And 1-0 is the scoreline for Greyhound. Great start.
Yeah, another pistol for them. BNK, on the other hand, without a bomb plant, have to consider whether they choose to force or take a single save. And it is going to be the force round 2. I don't mind that on Inferno. If the force doesn't go well, you can always go towards the round 4 buy, where you're going to have much better util than a round 3 buy. Initial util set from Attic to contest Banana here. Even the util being invested here is probably going to tell Greyhound that it's going to be a buy. This is a cheeky position for Alistair, though. Unchecked, so deep in apps. Not sure if he can hear the T's jumping up behind him. This may catch Liaz off guard in dig side here.
Bit of a slow creep coming through from B&K. Liaz hasn't turned around just yet, and indeed he will be caught off guard by Hats. Ali was not expected on T-Stairs, so he will get the easy trade onto PZ, but that's actually the least of Greyhound's worries at the moment, considering the A site is now in the possession of BNK.
Molly actually lands on Moto's side. Eyes on Addict with this A1S. Hats on the wraparound back into Boiler side. He's actually taking a duel with Inns. Next side.
Or did he spot Hazard? I don't know, but his little noggin was popping up over that box for half a second there. Either way, Ali's in there for the trade, and that's going to be that. Greyhound will just scrape through the second round. Pretty tight affair, but a round win's a round win.
Might get the reinvestment, though. Only one player surviving. Ooh, A1S wasn't retained either for Alistair. So many kills on the MP9, though. Gives him AWP money if he wants it. He could also double drop M4s. Or drop a single M4 and buy for himself, which is what he's going to do to even up the cash around the team. But as expected, the reinvestment from BNK post-bomb plant is there. And try to keep the pressure on here. Potential reset on offer for the T side to find. Both teams exchanging smokes in Banana. A little bit more Banana pressure this time from a BNK. Who's looking for a logs boost onto Dexter. HE almost hits the mark. BNK just abandoned the boost altogether. And are applying a lot of pressure to bracket side here.
Could definitely get a little chaotic for Greyhound. Money's obviously still a little problematic, having to invest all of those guns in the previous round. Things are still not looking super solid here in round number 3 either. BNK are probing, that's for sure.
That's left behind in brackets here. While the rest of BNK do look for a push towards B, which hasn't been realized yet. Will the molly clear Hats? It's landed on the flower pot. It does start to burn him at the last second, though, and actually, for all of his HP, he goes down. Now BNK must call the audible. Through the smoke onto Dexter on the B side. Doesn't connect too many bullets, but it's still a man advantage on the retake here for Greyhound.
Spam continues to go through. Addict is now down below half as well. It's actually some decent work being put in here by Greyhound. Dexter gets one, unable to deny the bomb plant, and will fall to Addict. But at the end of the day, Greyhound are fast on the rotate. They're swarming, and Vexite is spinning around like a turret. They've got no idea where PZ is, though, and they're almost wondering, probably not in Banana, so this is very doable. They've lined up Alistair and Vexite Hook, line, and sinker. And now it's on to Liaz. Defuse kit in tow to try to make this one happen. But PZ will secure the 1v3. And BNK are on the board early.
Such a massive impact 1 on 3 as well. One by PZ there. Breaks the money of Greyhound. Gives BNK a bit of a lifeline into the early parts of this T side. Tack timeout immediately used by BNK following that round. Maybe just a bit of a calm down pause. Settle things and realign everybody before you head into the anti-eco or anti-force. Interestingly enough, despite being minimum loss bonus here for Greyhound, they could potentially consider a single save if they wanted to go for that. It was only Alistair who was kind of full double eco, but they are going to force nonetheless. Nova comes out. Interesting. Scout. Bit of a mix of weaponry from this buy as far as Greyhound are concerned. Cash still not good for BNK. They are very resettable, so yet another swing round here, but a pretty massive util and weaponry advantage for the T side in round number 4. They can close this anti-force, close the anti-eco following. They're going to be up 3-2 with a strong economy to boot. It's exactly where they want to be.
Nova MP9 in apartments. Looks kind of scary, though. Oh, not this time. PZ just goes one better straight through the wall. Ali's going to lose his head. We don't get to see any shotgun fun.
The curse is real. 5 on 2 onto this A site with Liaz and insta hold with Deagle. MP9 almost no util. Underarm smoke on the site to try to keep them safe on the cold box, but the teams are encroaching.
Do they expect Liaz, though? Oh, they might have heard him now dropping off the box. And it certainly seems like Addict was aware, but still going to lose his life, and Hats nearly loses his as well. Liaz is fighting for his life on the side, but he's doing a pretty good job of it. The smoke is providing him enough space to work with, and now that it's faded, it'll be the end of his life. So BNK go back to back and grab 2. It's not really much of a save round here for Greyhound either. Dexter will catch brace on the way out, but... Oh, okay, there's one more. Starting to make this one pretty expensive. And he's got himself a Deagle as well. But Scout is, yeah, not too exciting.
Terrorists win.
Takes extra couple of guns away from BNK though. Tack timeout used yet again for BNK. Need to try and maximize guns heading into this round. Especially given that they dropped a couple extra at the end of the round. You see the effects that that has on the economy of Hazard and Addict. It's a full save for Greyhound. Just the pistol that Dexter is dropped over to Alistair and the Scout on offer. Their objective really is just to try to take as many guns away as they can in this round before they buy up in round 6.
Let's see what Dexter can do, though. Had a couple of good shots with the Scout in the last round, and there's already a decent tag from him. Has us down to 7. Hats on to 48. There's a Zeus out for Liaz. It's not as if this isn't going to be still a scary round for BNK to negotiate.
Yeah. Kind of contesting mid a little bit. There's the Scout connecting once again. Finishing off Hats. They're getting picked apart as they make their moves through the map. Util usage not being on point enough. Another double nade into the close corner. And smoke forced out here. Ins with a Molotov for safety on this B side as well. As B&K organize themselves for some kind of B execute. Hazard is quite low. The rest of them looking healthy. But the re-aggression onto brackets is getting Greyhound a lot of information here.
Brace opening the account for B&K. It's 2 USPs to try to hold on to the B site. This would be a miracle. Molotov timing going to be pretty impactful here, though, from Ins to slow things down. And Oh, it'll provide enough space for Ali to actually start coming across as well. I'm not sure that he's going to have much impact from the scout, but maybe a tag through the smoke could swing around like this. The smoke's now faded as well, actually, as I see that. Ali goes down. So this is starting to get a little worrisome for BNK. 10 seconds left. We're able to get that bomb plant down. Luckily, they've kept Greyhound out of the sight courtesy of those smokes, and they've figured out Liaz's position in the banana as well. It was a little bit touch and go for a moment, but it looks like Bad News Kangaroos is going to get through this one okay.
Still damage on offer, though. Every gun they can take away, it's going to be so impactful. PZ locked in the corner. Flank coming from Brace around construction, so he will almost certainly lock this round down. They don't even have time to defuse, but all of these guns that they're taking away makes a massive impact for Greyhound, and I think Brace is going to go down to the bomb as well. Every gun taken away from the T side by Greyhound there with very little invested into the round is a massive result for Greyhound, despite taking the L there. So as they buy up into round number 6, the reset potential on the T side is very real. B&K have not really done their due diligence in the anti-force and the anti-eco to set themselves up for success on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time in a while that B&K are getting some tastes of success in terms of at least finding the lead against Greyhound. So I guess they'll take what they can get at this point. It's been a run for them over the last couple of days. See if they can keep that hype train rolling. Another slower start to the round. There's a mid-smoke that's kind of keeping them at bay. And now the smoke in banana as well. That'll be naded open. And Dexter gets 2. He actually got the collat. That was one bullet that killed Brace and Addict. Oh, dear. Just when you start to say, well, B&K, they've got themselves a lead. Something like that happens, and feels like you're back to square one again.
HE nade set him up so perfectly as well. Into the progression smoke thrown by B&K to try to make that tower boost work, and it looked like it was going to for a second. B&K now calling the audible. Back to the A side of the map. Greyhound going to rely on the site crossfire. It's going to be a dig site play. And it's getting picked apart. 2-man crossfire between Liaz and Ian's HE to follow up as well.
Well,
Greyhound says no entry to A here.
I'm not sure where PC's going to go with this one either. He's routing himself towards second mid, which is about the only safe place he can be in at the moment. Might be able to get one more on his way out here, but should almost definitely get traded in a position like this. And there it is from Dexter. So it'll be 3 apiece once again with a fairly healthy round win for Greyhound. 3 guns through. Be happy with that. Oh boy.
It's an instant reset on B&K. Has his double eco after winning multiple rounds in a row on the T side. That's not what you want to be seeing. They're actually forced to go for this Tech 9 buy to avoid the double econ Hazard. I wouldn't have minded to see them go for the single save as well, but at the same time, they actually do have reset potential here against Greyhound, who didn't bring many guns through from the last round. Looks like it's going to be some kind of apps pop from B&K here.
They'll have to take their time to get in position before really doing anything in this round. So those guys in mid just kind of try and step back and avoid all the artillery damage from the grenades. Another smoke into mid from Greyhound. The mid players might just have to go through that depending on the timing. I mean, Brace is not creeping his way up carps though, so doesn't look like B&K are going to commit to this one too hard just yet.
Yeah. Got to keep an eye on Liaz. He's such a good pit anchor and still has his full util set here. Smoke of apps on the timing as the juggle wrap smokes come through. But it seems like a fake from B&K. One that Greyhound is not really biting onto because Dex is so deep on this info line here. Towards jungle side, he's never really been pushed off.
Ali misses that shot. Just going to force a bit of util out of Greyhound, and Liaz and Inns, well, they're the ones that are going to get the job done. That pit site crossfire, well, not even pit site crossfire, double pit setup it was. And Dexter over toward Arch side have kind of locked the A site down. That was a bit of a nothing burger actually for B&K.
Yeah. They thought they were being clever with the jungle wrap fake smokes, expecting the CT rotator to be pushed out of there and not really stick around, but they never flashed Dexter off of the jungle line. So expecting respect to be given from a team like Greyhound in terms of rotations, not there at all. Dexter seeing absolutely no pressure coming through jungle means the rotations don't get affected at all. BNK even applying some pressure towards the B side, but it didn't stop Liaz and Inns from being committed to the double pit setup. Now the anti-eco here. That's a good goose onto Dexter to kick things off, but Vexite keeping that AK safe for now, and the mid pitch is coming in from Inns as well. That's a pretty clean anti-eco for Greyhound. 4 alive. Their money is looking very good. And even after all said and done there, Jordan, BNK buying up into this round still will have not got the greatest looking amount of util. Only had the 2.4 loss bonus after getting reset. And that is the difficulty of just scraping through those anti-eco, anti-force rounds. Even, you know, 3 or 4 rounds later, they're still having some degree of consequence from that.
Taken Greyhound a little while to get in control of this map, but now it does definitely feel as though that is the case. Deep Molotovs, deep util from Greyhound into mid and into Banana in this round, and they are exploring off the back of that. Vexite and Dexter both get a killer piece through the smoke. Peasy and Addict have been caught out. It's not good at all for BNK. Hazard feels like he has to take matters into his own hands, and to an extent he kind of did, but couldn't really make anything of it. And now it's just Brace left alive after all the dust is settled. Sharp shot though onto Inns will keep him in with a chance. It's a bit of a snowball's chance in hell for this round, but it's better than nothing.
Really depends on the timing he chooses to slip into A with. Alistair's just kind of retake A from Library's side here. Vexite not seeing anything in Banana. So pretty safe positions here from the CTs. But there is a chance for Brace to potentially take a good timing onto Alistair here. Alistair spotted him out though, prompting the rotate from Vexite. Very cheeky movement.
Himself a flash as well. Oh, the nade. It would have been enough actually to kill Brace, but he's just not going to be given the chance. And Ali will be feeling a little bit silly after that one, because it now leaves Vexite in the one-on-one. Brace has no idea though where Vexite's going to be coming from, and I reckon Vexite was in there in time to recognize Brace didn't exit the site. Certainly now he knows his position. Headshot angle. Both players looking for it. Neither connecting until Brace secures it. He gets 4 kills in the round. And he seems an unlikely hero for BNK, but they'll take what they can get at this point, because that is a 4th round on the board.
Yeah, I think a bit of over-peaking from Alistair there. And then obviously Vexite left to pick up the pieces of a round that should never have gone that way. Greyhound, no. That was over-peaking right from start to finish. And that's given BNK a chance to reset them here. This is going to be a swing round. No cash for either team, and PC's going to start things off beautifully. Winning the orb duel up mid onto Alistair, giving BNK a man advantage in a round where they have very real reset potential after that 1v4 completed by Brace.
Greyhound being made to work for it. BNK just going to slow things down, wait for the smoke in Banana to fade. That should be met with some retake util by Greyhound. It's only Vexite over toward B at the moment. But he wants to keep BNK at an arm's length, at least for now. Bit of a progression from Dexter, which has been brought undone. So now it's on to Vexite. See if he can manage to have anything go his way. Molotov will force him to duck behind that smoke. And this should be a bit of a freebie onto Addict. The rest of the kills, though, are going to be a little harder. He's getting help. He's getting assistance from his teammates. The util's coming through, and now Inns chiming in with an AWP shot as well. BNK, it felt like it should be their round. They had the site, and then they didn't. Fast rotate from Greyhound, and BNK have got to be shaking their heads at that one.
It's just beautiful reactive utility from Greyhound there. Molly on barbecue side, pot flashes over the top of new box. It's the classic little pieces of util that make the T's life very hard scaling into that B site. That one Greyhound that round. And like I said, that was probably a very, very important swing round for both teams in this game. BNK, it was theirs on a silver platter, but they couldn't convert it, and Greyhound have now broken their money. So opportunity goes by the wayside after a big clutch from Brace. Save here from BNK before they buy up into the last round and try to make this a 5-7 half on the T side, which, let's be real, is still doable.
Yeah. Though, it does just feel like Greyhound is sort of getting away from BNK a little bit now. BNK have set themselves up in apartments, but they don't really have any obvious choices as to where to go that's going to look pretty easy for them. M4 on jungle, Liaz up there on the balcony with an MP9, and obviously you got to get past Alistair if you go arch side. It's not going to be an easy task. He's hitting some pretty good shots today. There's another decent one onto Addict. He'll be aware that the wrap is going to be coming in his direction, and so far this is kind of like shooting fish in a barrel for Alistair, and he's even able to get back out into the safety of the A site. So well negotiated this time from the AWPer of Greyhound. And they've given the job over to Liaz to go hunting, but in the end it'll be Dexter to find his prey. 7-4, that was always expected. Last round of the half though to come, and it's going to be a big one for B&K.
Yeah, see if they can scrape together a more respectable half for themselves in this last round. Banana fight has not been going particularly well for BNK. Dexter and Vexite making their lives very hard in that point in the map. Progression smoke down mid from the CTs, as well as a set molly to balcony. Progression smoke to top mid from the Ts. So both teams threatening some kind of mid pressure. Greyhound now taking Banana. Pressure on Addict, even onto Broom side, and Ali's got the first pick here.
Oh, nice flash. Dexter, though, hits the shots through the spam. Bad News Kangaroos are going to try to accelerate in the opposite direction. They've set themselves up for a double setup in brackets, while Brace just watches that push in Banana. It's a bit of map control that really feels like it's been actually given by Greyhound over to BNK. They didn't have to work for it, but as soon as they try to progress any further than brackets, that's where you've got players watching, and Alistair has barely put a foot wrong in this matchup. 8-4 the first half score. Greyhound still looking pretty solid. little bit back and forth that first half, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really feel like a whole lot has changed because it's still Greyhound on top, 8-4 here over BNK, and BNK have a lot of work to do to get this through to a third map, which would be Vertigo. Need to win this pistol.
4-man stack towards B to kick things off from the CTs. PZ left solo on the A site. Initial tap goes the way of Hazard, and he is just continuing to go on a bit of a warpath down Banana here. Double peak timed well with the nade to Broom, and that's going to be a demolition derby in Banana. Kangaroos just absolutely hopping their way down.
Fexite's going to be given the job of trying to retrieve the bomb, which doesn't seem a particularly easy task. Meanwhile, Liaz is just working his way around in the bracket, but yeah, what do you do from here? That is demolition of a pistol round. And unfortunately for Greyhound, they don't even get the bomb plant down, so gonna have to just wait a little longer to try to begin their campaign in the second half.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing. Okay, I'm not going to give this 1v5 the benefit of the doubt. Like, here's the thing. B&K, they pretty much had this exact same second half pistol. As, look, the Molly going to tickle the toes of the CTs and pick one of them up, but Hazard, that's a beautiful little round from him. 4K on the pistol after a bit of a quieter first half from him. Look, same pistol round win on Barrage, I think it was, from B&K, where, look, they started to make a bit of a resurgence in the second half on the T side, I believe it was, because I think they started CT, if I remember correctly. And it didn't really turn into much, you know. They got a couple of good rounds going. They were able to make things work, but when it comes down to the loss bonus building up, and bear in mind that was on the Teak side, where the loss bonus is a little less forgiving to the other side. Once the loss bonus builds up for Greyhound, are they really going to be able to be competitive in enough gun rounds to, you know, take this game of Inferno out? Because Greyhound, you know, they're all playing well across the board. There's no weak link on Greyhound right now.
Yep.
You're going to have to hit another level for B&K to actually close the map out, it feels like.
Well, it's going to have to happen here and now. Otherwise, they're going to go straight down into that lower bracket. Greyhound still look pretty threatening with a buy like this. Lots of util to play with, and they're moving pretty quickly through the map as well. Not too perturbed by their own smoke in mid. And in fact, they're already all the way up through Dig, and Inns is almost into Pit before being taken down by Addict. No trade to come through there until eventually Dexter finds PZ, but it's cost Greyhound a little bit too much getting into this bomb site to give them a really good shot at winning the round. Still, they'll get the bomb plant down and at least been able to retrieve a weapon. So if Dexter can conjure a kill from somewhere, then maybe we're on. Hats, however, has been Dexter's mortal enemy in this matchup so far, which will leave it on to Alistair. Half HP now, getting flanked from behind. Brace cops the headshot, but he has enough HP to survive, and that'll be the round secured for B&K.
Only 2 players surviving, though, on the CT side. Is that going to incentivize Greyhound to force? Addict got so much done there from Pit on the MP9. I mean, that's one of his best positions. He's a bit of a turret. You put him in an anchor position like that, even with an MP9, and he's good for a multi-frag. What to do now for Greyhound? They are going to force. They are going to keep the pressure on. Still very real reset potential, and Bad News Kangaroos are respecting that. 5 M4s, full util here. Alistair's rolling out a spawn with a Glock and armor. Gonna try to recycle one of these rifles perhaps. Oh, he's found the Deagle. Banana. Heavily contested from both teams. Multiple mollies layered in there by B&K. But after all of that util usage and multiple smokes on Banana early on, they choose to concede control, maybe because they're anticipating some kind of pistol buy here out of Greyhound. They're happy with trading out the util because they realize they do have a bit of a utility advantage in this economic position. Don't necessarily need to hold on to the map control. Greyhound, on the other hand, though, have worked a bit of carpets control, are applying some util pressure to bracket and limiting the information the CTs have access to here. They've taken all of Banana as well. Continuing to trade down utility. or this B hit finally does come in.
Flash is getting tossed on in. Hat's doing his best to avoid them, but he's just constantly having to turn away. And so Greyhound are able to creep past, but they weren't prepared. Nor was Hats, though, for the trade. And in the end, it is Greyhound that will take control of the B bomb site, and they will get the plant down behind the pillar. Alistair will be given that much room, at least. Also spotting a couple of players out in CT spawn. So information there for Greyhound as to where this retake is coming from. Banana has certainly been cleared out. Focus their attention on CT and construction. And so far that's worked out pretty well. Alistair for 2. Trades are coming on through, and Liaz now has been spotted out. He's going to have to fight for his life. Addict is chasing him down. The shot needs to connect, and it will. Liaz gets it done again for Greyhound. 9-6. And they go one step closer to a 2-0 victory today.
That's rough, man. That reset round. Double eco for Brace and Addict. Not where you want to be, and let's be real, the force has to come in here from the CT side. They have still got some reset potential on Greyhound if they can win a round like this. But that is a brutal 1v1 to be losing. The movement was just so perfect from Liaz behind the wall there. He was trapped in a corner, but just baiting out with the jiggle all of the shots before he finally takes the right timing to swing. Pressure on Banana here from Greyhound. Trying to suss out what the CTs are up to here, but Inns, after not really seeing too much, is going to call for a flash to be sent in to find out what's going on. It's actually a HE nade to main. So he takes the duel up on Sandbag's side. So Banana retake util set there from the CT side. Greyhound going to respect it. They recognize that there's not a lot of util to work with from the CTs in a round like this. So if they're going to invest that much in trying to retake Banana, push the T's out, Greyhound are happy to sacrifice an extra 20 seconds to concede that for now.
There's definitely some good map control for Greyhound in this round. They've definitely got their options. And it'll be a trend over toward the B site once again. Just going to leave Liaz on A to see what he can work, but smoked off in carpets, so we'll have to move back toward Boiler. In the meanwhile, the rest of Greyhound just going to charge their way onto B and see if that works out. I think it should, given the weaponry advantage, and it does. Brace only good for 1, and in the end, that is going to be that. Greyhound on the site, get the bomb plant down, and they're going to win the round.
Yeah, attacking both sites simultaneously. I don't think BNK were able to really inform their rotates well enough to be in the right position at the right time. And as I said, like BNK, I don't know, man. I could see the decision making and why they're kind of working the map control the way that they are, but at the same time, Greyhound's playing around the util usage from the CT side so well that it feels like a lot of the time, at least to me, BNK are investing a fair bit of util in taking Banana or retaking Banana and not holding on to that map control or contesting it at all, you know? Like, it feels like Greyhound are just, they're seeing what the CTs do, they're feeling it out, they see the Banana take come in, they go, okay, that's fine. But they're recognizing like, oh, the CTs are burning a lot of util taking Banana, and then we basically just take it back for free, you know, 20 to 40 seconds later. And in the meanwhile, we'll just take carpets and work bracket. So, not really feeling like BNK has the same hold on Banana that Greyhound had in the first round with Vexside and Dexter running rampant.
Bit of a group stack toward mid.
Another great game from Alistair.
Yeah. Probably 4 from 4, actually, over the last couple of days. Dexter, he's flying through the air. He's doing his Superman impression, but apparently the bullets are made of kryptonite because he's been taken down, and that's actually doubled down with that 5-7, which will cause a little bit of a problem for Greyhound. Inns has been able to creep all the way into the B bomb site. He catches Brace. Almost the timing didn't work out for him. Might have got popped in the back of the head by a USP, but checks in time. And he's going to try to lock down the B site. The thing is, though, this is a bit of a mind game because obviously BNK are going to start to move members over to that B bomb site, assuming that's where the bomb is going to be headed. But again, I guess it doesn't matter when Inns is going to be able to just lock it down like that. dancing around new box and pretty much secures the round.
M4 retained for PZ at the end of the round. But after all said and done, going to be up 11-6 for Greyhound here. They've got pretty good cash on this T side to close this game as well. So BNK, it's an uphill battle. Has to be said on this CT side. And it's exactly like I said, you know, a CT pistol is great. Starting the half well is great on Mirage, on Inferno. But it feels like when it comes down to the gun rounds, when it comes down to these important swing rounds, Greyhound is winning all of them and still securing themselves very convincing looking score lines in the gun rounds, in the rounds that matter, right?
11-6. It's kind of gotten away from BNK at this point. It was pretty competitive in the first half. It looked decent enough at least. But this second half has been anything but.
Money's looking good for Greyhound now. Banana being contested by Inns on the Mac 10 all the way up at half wall. 3 players starting towards B here for BNK. Hot flash over the top with a molly on towards that slog position. Double HEs trying to clear out this half wall position, but they still didn't quite finish off Inns. He's going to get one despite being on 10 HP. Oh no, that's gone horribly wrong. The retake
How's
on
he
Banana.
survived? I mean, how's he survived for that long and then still gotten away with it? It's just not gone right for BNK. Nothing you can really do in this round. They have to save. It is Inferno. But 2 players in positions to hunt. Liaz and Vexite ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. And they're on their way. There's PZ dropping. Maddox's position now known as he's thrown the smoke. He'll be dealt with as well. So no guns taken through for BNK. And 12-6 the scoreline. It's a dire place to be in.
Sure. Pretty cut and dry games here yet again from Greyhound against BNK. Yesterday in Challenger and today another very clean 2 maps. In the Dallas closed qual, at least the initial game. Greyhound on another level right now. BNK, I'm not seeing anything I'm too inspired by either, to be fair. That hasn't started well. Brace picked top middle, already playing 4v5 in a mustering round.
Yeah, not really where you'd want to be. Gonna try to probe a bit of aggression into Banana, though. Well, I thought that nade was gonna actually do more damage than it did. Ended up going a little bit too far. Either way, though, Alice has been able to find the opening pick, and he'll lose his life to Hazza, but sets it up nicely for Greyhound to take control of Banana. Dexter again through a flash. He's gonna get another kill. And Greyhound on their merry way toward 13. It's not been much of a contest for them tonight. Wasn't last night either. Alec does spot out Liaz. 1v4 angle. I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself just yet.
I'm going down. He's just spamming through the smoke as this Dexter. Big wrap around from Liaz with no kit means that this round is done one way or another. And surely it's going to be in the fading smoke here with Dexter.
Time's ticking away, and he doesn't have a defuse kit, and he doesn't have a life either. It's 13-6, and that is going to be that. Greyhound securing the 2-0 to kick things off in the Dallas closed qualifier for Oceania. Has to be said, it's not much of a surprise. We saw the same sort of a result yesterday in ESL Challenger League. In fact, it was a little bit more one-sided actually for Greyhound, but at the end of the day, yeah, they seem to have BNK's number at the moment, and has to be said that they probably have everybody's number in the ANZ region at the moment, because they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, what I'm kind of wondering to myself, and I think we're going to get the answer to that as we go deeper into this qualifier, because there is, of course, a lower bracket. Is BNK actually looking quite poor at the moment, or is it just Greyhound has taken such a massive step up? So, look, we'll see Greyhound obviously going to move on and are looking like the outright favorites to be heading through to Dallas, right on the precipice of heading through to the RMR. But worth mentioning, obviously, BNK have Pro League coming up, have another international event that they've qualified. So they need to make sure they're in good form. And Rooster on the other side of the bracket, their biggest rivals domestically in the region, have just made a pretty big change. So look, we'll see what we're going to get from some of the other matchups. I don't think anyone's beating Greyhound for this Dallas spot, but it's going to be great to kind of get a form check on some of the other teams as well. I guess on the topic of Rooster, we can touch on the other match that's going on at the moment. That is Rooster and Vantage. And since we are now going to be going to a break in a little bit, you guys can watch that game. It's over on ESL CSB, and it's currently heading into map 2. Rooster only just barely scraped through the first map. 16-14 win. They got that one in the OT after being down 4-8 in the first half of Anubis. So they were able to pull that one back, Pilski. But obviously, the way this now works is that we are waiting essentially for that match to end before our next game can start. That'll be at about 8:30 Australian time. So in 2.5 hours. So we're going to have quite the extended break, which is going to be a good time to probably have some dinner and stuff like that for the players, and then they'll get themselves sorted for another game of Counter-Strike. But yeah, I mean, right now, I guess the big talking point will be what is going on between Rooster and Vantage. And if I had to sort of throw my hat in the ring there, I'd probably be looking for a 2-0 from Rooster, although their form has been a little bit up and down of late. So obviously not finding it quite as easy as they may have done in the later stages of 2023, but doing an okay job over there. Make sure you go watch that and then jump back over here for the upper bracket final, which will be in a couple of hours time, 2.5 hours in fact. So we'll be back for that one. It's time for us to take that break. It is going to be a long one, but we'll hope to see you on the other side of that, and have a good night and have a good dinner, and we'll see you soon.
Running through the flames now is Twist. They are falling like flies, FaZe Clan, on this bomb site.
Fucking baited again.
Bro, don't we have a game?
Yeah, but finish saving, so...
Let's
Holy
go, guys.
shit, fam.
Let's
I
wake
thought you were
up
gonna
now, guys.
save.
Yo,
Good job.
Brookie, wake up now.
Hey, chill. 1 eco and we win, okay?
What do you mean, Nico? I just run around.
How?
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
What is your crime?
After 11 years of global offensive, the final one, the ending of an era, a game that has obsessed us. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. It's time to get it on! Welcome to those that have made the pilgrimage here to join their voices with ours. A place that has dragged fans and players from every reach of the world to come here year after year.
Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to see? Come with me, get down to this. You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that.
Heroic have been waiting for the Yami could bail them out!
Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about eating up, leaving that call. You can see me up, killing that show. I ain't about getting.
They're coming for you. They're coming for you. Sudden Pius continue. Direct. This man cannot be stopped. Let's get this grand final started! Thousands they've played, one more! D2 manifest greatness in the access! Can you believe it? A sold-out stadium to witness. G2 riding the high.
Without this team, it wouldn't be possible. I'm really happy to have them by my side. It was amazing. Thank you all for coming. I hope that you guys enjoyed the show.
I can definitely visualize the path to lifting the trophy with my team.
It's the goal, it's the dream coming through.
Writing our name on the stairs just before you enter the stage. It's the biggest of the biggest names in esports. It's just one legendary team after another, legendary players on the rosters.
I want to do everything in my power to lift this fucking trophy.
Of competition. Another team will want to etch their name into greatness.
Oh yes, it's what we've been waiting for. The quarterfinals of Katowice, live from the Spodek, Na'Vi vs Outsiders.
7 seconds.
Hecto, screaming for help. If he could just deny the ball. The round is done. NPL with a hero play. A triple for good measure. Chance, a good frag, but just playing the clock, it's Pyron to close. Spit, secure 7. That's a half they can work with. Right. Oh, Kyra, he's got it down 100-0 in the Molotov. His kick can only the one, and down goes Fame. Not ready there for this, as Electronic again with impact. Electronic, race to close. We're off to the semi-finals. Na'Vi condemn outsiders to a pack in their suitcase. This one's getting away from Liquid. A flawless round, a flawless scoreline.
Is there time for a resurgence?
Liquid are coming in confident. A lot faster, a lot more in your face than what we've seen so far. Magisk is running away. Liquid have turned this game around. And this series, this map keeps getting ever closer. And now, with that swing, Liquid complete the comeback.
Liquid have no idea.
They're chasing Ghost. Anyone home? They don't even fight Apex, and he's rubbing it in.
Easiest clutch of his damn life. Check it into Heartbreak Hotel tonight.
Time and time again, it has been Na'Vi to absolutely tear Heroic limb from limb. But this is a different Danish squad we are seeing today.
10 HP. He's a dead man walking, and Simple confirms it. Full of life charge. Simple, he ends the round on his own. Shush, break back. It's a Simple no less. A nasty death. Oh, and Shush, destruction. Navi, they go down. Navi, down in the semis, it's heroic. First team locked in for their very first Katowice Grand Final.
He splits quick. JKS doesn't need to rush. The bulk is coming from middle, but there's still two CTs here. They didn't know about Lige, and he slams the hammer down. 4 kills in a second.
Molly onto the coffins. Lige will still try and fight this, and that was the last bullet in the AK to find him. This was a 2v5 when it began.
Health is great, and the molly is wrong. Hunter bides his time. He waits to strike. Hunter swings out with 4. He's looking for the ace right now. This will be a 2-on-5 and an ace for Hunter. OC is dead! And Hunter shreds Liquid.
Nico Deagle down in pit needs to offer some resistance here. Yekindar gone.
The close, a rumble of thunder, and the flash of lightning. G2 are going to the grand final. And now 2 teams want their name on that trophy. One of these teams will make that journey to the center of the stage and be crowned Kato Champion World #1. It's all up for debate, and it starts on noon. The upgrade, and he needs it. Oh! Wow! Blink and you miss it! Shush meets his fate as well, and this could be the ace. As Hunter is arrived in Katowice. Canadian. Oh, he meets Monacy. Heating up now, you can't get away. Monacy into the sight. Fast as lightning. Forced into Cadian. Hunter next! And it's Cadian now, one-on-one with Monacy. Monacy closes!
1 map away!
G2 looking to remain undefeated, undaunted. Oh, they're going to be so mad. Moves it, a passing glance. Cadian reveals himself, now the trade is... Oh! Hunter loses his head, and Cadian loves that one. And heroic, show life in this grand final. As you lied from JKS. Supreme on the MP9, give it to him. He takes it by force. But the oh, what is that? The cousins in unison, clean up. Cadian and Yawi now. Try and extend play, it's only Cadian. The fate surely sealed. Katowice, they've done it! From the land cafes and local tournaments now side by side, Nika, he's finally done it on his 4th time of asking. This is his grand final, this is theirs. Taken as a unit. The Katowice champions of 2023. It's G2!
truly are champions.
to searing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want away. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud.
to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. If I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give into my own mind, stabbing me with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, but live within the walls.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promising me look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly down.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's the IEM Dallas 2024 Oceania Close Qualifier. We've had a bit of a break, but it's now time to jump into the upper bracket final. And it has to be said, it's no real surprise the teams that we have found ourselves meeting in this match. It's Greyhound, it's Rooster, both getting through their initial game with relative ease. And Pilski, we're back for maybe what might again be another Greyhound domination, but I guess we'll have to see what this new look Rooster can bring to the table.
Yeah, I think 2024 has been an interesting one for Rooster. Things have changed a lot since last year. Last year, I was thinking to myself, hey man, Rooster's on the upward trend. They're looking better and better all the time. And Greyhound maybe a little stale. Now Dexter, addition to Greyhound, they've taken massive strides forward. It's felt like, whereas Rooster have had some really questionable results this year. However, they've brought back an old flame in Danger who a long time ago used to play for an iteration of Rooster with some of the players that still reside in the team. And we were all questioning when he was cut, why the hell did you do that?
Yeah, obviously something that we've spoken about at length a couple of times, but it is nice to see him back in that roster. I think he's the kind of player that, he's going to be able to fit into the role that is going to be required of him in this Rooster team. And, he deserves it as well. He's been someone that's been grinding away. He's been having good results as an individual for the better part of, 12, 24 months, I'd say. And it's kind of nice to see him back into a team which can reliably contest towards at least the top end of ANZ CS and maybe, potentially even further. Also, pretty much perfect timing for him because the Rooster guys have got that ESL Challenger Melbourne invite. We saw that come out a couple of days ago. And so for Danger, it'll be a big opportunity to, I think, go to what I would imagine will be his biggest event of his career. And who knows, maybe there's an IEM Dallas berth in there for Rooster as well, depending on how things go today and tomorrow. But yeah, look, 2-0 over Vantage. They did take a little bit to get that one done. It ended up being an OT in map number 1. That was a 16-14. But map 2, it was very much back to the tried and true 13-3 there for Rooster. So pretty solid stuff overall. I'll call that a standard kind of comfortable win for Rooster in that matchup. And similar kind of a story for Greyhound as what we saw last night against BNK. Another 2-0 tonight. Pretty comfortable territory for them. And I'm just having a look actually at Greyhound and their stats for the last 3 months. They're on a 15-match win streak. The last time they actually lost was to BNK 5 weeks ago, 13-10 in a BO1.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big number. They did drop a map 4 weeks ago against BNK again, but that was in a BO3. So look, it's tough to imagine that Greyhound's going to be dropping a series here, let alone even a map. But we'll see what Rooster's going to be able to do, and I hope that we're going to get to see the best of Rooster tonight, or maybe even tomorrow night would probably be a better night to pull it out. But would like to see a competitive game at least.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. I think at the end of the day, we're not on the same trajectories that we were at the end of last year, so you can't really craft a narrative that makes sense that Rooster can have any kind of an upset. More so, this is a game where I don't know if Rooster has potential to upset or to take a map, but it's going to be a really good measure in a less pressure game, quote unquote, against a very strong team about whereabouts they sit, how's their form looking, and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll get to see them take on whoever makes it through the lower bracket again tomorrow, which most likely is going to be that El Clasico of BNK versus Rooster to see who's the second best team in Australia behind Greyhound, who's looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, again, I'm having a look back at the head-to-head as well between these two teams. And look, even in that period where it sort of felt like Greyhound had maybe slowed down a little bit, Rooster were not able to kind of topple them all that much. They were able to take some maps here and there, and a couple of the more recent BO3s that they played did go to 3 maps, but not the most recent one. That was a 2-0 for Greyhound, 13-7, 13-5. So let's see how things are going to go tonight. And just to quickly touch on it, the maps Mirage, Vertigo, and Overpass. Last time they played, it was Anubis, Vertigo, the 2 maps that we got to see there. So a little bit of a change up this time around. And
I am very confused.
Oh, apparently we're going to be doing the lower bracket game, not the upper bracket game, I guess. We'll see if that's going to be the case.
What's going on? Are we doing lower bracket? Okay, we'll just cast the game, I guess. I'll let you...
I think we're doing the lower bracket.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay. That's news to me. But anyway, let's get into it and see what we're going to get. It's going to be Addict to start things off with the kill onto Omicella. And Hats down here and connecting with the dualies. He's set himself up in a pretty good spot. So we'll be happy with those couple of players headed in his direction. Able to fire a few shots off before he's decapitated in the back of the head by Skull. But end of the day, still gets his job done. And so is the rest of BNK.
Yep. So, look... Radiant trying to put the pieces back together if possible. Skull looking for a pick in window side. As, look, Skull's actually found a bit of success, and he's got the bomb. Trying to find the timing into B here. He's going to beat the rotators, but still amounted to climb in this 1-on-3.
Yeah, Skull able to take the head off of Brace. It's going to be on for the ace if he wins this one. He actually eats a bink through the wall there as well. Attic not able to secure the kill just yet. Time obviously ticking in the favor of Skull here. And he's trying to isolate his aim duels. But hasn't got a whole lot of room to work with now as PZ has found him on the flank. And that'll be the information that Attic needs to pick up the win. So B&K with the pistol under their belt.
Gonna get the buy up for B&K. Bomb plant for Vantage though, going to allow them to force into this one. Gonna go for this rifle buy with Galils, etc. So good chance for them to try to pick this round up.
Drops the new player into this Vantage Esports roster as far as I understand. Looks like maybe Viridian in there tonight as well, so I'm not sure if that's a long-term thing or if that's a substitute. I think that's probably a substitute. Haven't seen any announcement around that. Either way, they've actually started this round pretty well. 4-on-3. Vantage have got an advantage, though I'm not sure that's going to last too long because Addict has seemingly swindled the perfect timing to get in behind 3 members of Vantage. And he spotted them out in apartments. If he just picks the pace up here, he'll get an easy 2k, maybe even a 3k. They've almost lined up for him there, but Vision jumping onto the van will keep himself alive at the very least. Either way, Addict has been able to bring it back to the 3-on-3, and the nade is going to catch up Michela as well. Brace gets his freebie, and the MP9 swinging onto Skull does its job as well. The round started well for Vantage, but it certainly isn't going to end well unless Vision has something to say about it, but Addict is there to ensure no shenanigans.
So good stuff from B&K. But I think, as we've seen multiple times, even in recent events with the Challenger games, as well as in this tournament, I think only 2 guns surviving for the CT side. You'll probably see Vantage keep the pressure on one way or another, either with a follow-up force, Galils and light util and AKs, or in this case, I'm surprised to see a Deagle split pick approach. I wouldn't have mind to see like some kind of set play, perhaps, with techie armor, or throw a Mac 10 or something like that in there.
Yeah, B&K looking solid at the moment, but, you know, still losing guns here and there against Vantage's half buys, and this one a bit more of an eco with just the Deagles coming through. Skull's managed to get himself the MP9. It's not exactly the biggest of upgrades necessarily for Vantage in this round, but still something to work with, particularly when someone like PZ, for example, doesn't have head armor and he's over toward his A-bomb site. But that MP9, not quite going to get its full value as it's taken out of the hands of Skull, and now it's gone into the hands of Viridian, who is unable to do too much with it, and a good spray through the box from PZ gets dropped. So 3-0 secured for B&K. They keep a few guns in hand as well, but they have been kind of made to work for these last couple of rounds.
They have. So first buy here for Vantage. And let's see what they're going to do with it. It's a 1-3-1. Anticipating some mid-aggression here. B&K are expecting some kind of A set play here from the T side. Progression smoke to the end of B apps. I actually haven't seen this for years. This was something that I think was theory crafted like 2015, 2016, that this might be a play that you could do. Prog smoke the end of B apps. But Hazard's going to play in front of that. In comes the mid take from Vantage with window smoke and top con.
Vantage, with all of that mid control, going to start to see if they can cook something in this first gun round. Haven't really committed to anything just yet. Might end up being an A split here with Omicella working his way in through A main. We'll have to win a duel against Brace, and I think the other member to try to defend things is not really quite going to be able to hold on to things quickly enough for at least Brace's life. But as far as the A site is concerned, that's overall not a bad hold from Addict as an individual. Did a lot of damage onto Vision as well before falling. Got a headshot through, and that has softened the targets up. Vantage really going to struggle to win this round, but trades are coming through quite nicely. It's a good shot from Vision, and Viridian got one with the AWP as well. Trouble is, Hats is always going to be a solid player in that 1v1, and 4-0 is the scoreline for BNK. You know, again, I have to reiterate, these rounds are kind of close at the moment, but BNK are still looking pretty comfortable in at least winning them.
Keeping that economic pressure on the CTs. Makes them very resettable here. Vantage maxing out the loss bonus on their side of things, so every bomb plant they can put together, they can continue to reinvest. It's very slow pace CS, you know. Opening portions of the round. B-Apps, aggression from Hazard takes Vision out of the equation, going to force Vantage into an early 4-on-5 situation. Start to make some moves out of A. Still smoked off in Palace, but two of the T's at least have scaled out to Tetris here.
Brace, double kill. Keeps it kind of salvaged. It was looking a little bit awkward for a moment, and maybe even still could be if Drox is able to activate. But he's also got the bomb, so needs to think better of it. Fakes the plant behind triple, but PZ not going to be fooled by that one. Hazard maybe was. Either way, it's just Drox now in the 1-on-2, and he's not going to have much luck there because Hats is clean with the headshot, and it's 5-0 now for BNK.
Still taking a couple of losses, but Vantage with no bomb plant, not going to be able to put a buy together. Back down to the half buy on Deagles, seeing if they can take more guns away from BNK, keep that reset window open. But like you mentioned, like, you know, you can talk about the economy, talk about the reset potential all you want, but if you're not picking up rounds at the end of the day, this game's going to be going by the wayside for them. This is Vantage's pick in this series. It's just, again, low Deagle split pick. That's a good shot to start things off for Drox. Punishing Brace for swinging top stairs anti-eco there.
Yeah, still not really going to amount to a whole lot, unfortunately, for Vantage. Vision with that Deagle. Yeah, would have needed to crack open a head on B for anything to really come from this round. Now it's down to Viridian, who is going to decide to upgrade to a Deagle of his own. Damage here would be really nice. CT economy is still not quite healthy, but it's wishful thinking at the moment. This will be exactly the round Bad News Kangaroos needs to get back in control of their money. Not to say that they need to get back in control of the game, because they certainly are in control of that, but at least the money's still kind of looking a bit neither here nor there for BNK. 6-0 though. You can take that and be pretty happy with it so far.
Tuck timeout here for Vantage. We've got a pretty nice looking new logo. Didn't see that until now. BNK logo is an interesting one as well.
Yeah, I like the BNK logo. And I also don't know if you've noticed this, but the BNK guys all have a different colored logo as their
Yeah, that
Steam
used to be a thing. Actually, in some of my early teams, that was a big thing. Like, I remember like my first amateur teams in CS that ended up like doing all right. We all had like a different color. They would always have the graphic designer do it in different colors, and you get to pick what color you'd be, and you'd always fight over what color you wanted. Everyone wanted to be purple or green. There's that progression smoke to the end of B apps. I haven't seen many other teams doing that. Interesting one. This time it hasn't hit. So that's not ideal.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one, isn't it? It still means that you're quite open to the shots coming through from market. Haven't really seen it, you know, too successful actually in this matchup thus far. It's been thrown a couple of times, but I don't know that we've really seen the value out of it just yet from Vantage.
Group into mid-con here with an attempt at a window boost. Mid has been forfeited by the Bad News Kangaroos. They're just happy to stick to the site, stick to the extremities with the man advantage that they've got, and a two-man A main control is going to be very difficult to deal with. PZ playing the pivot from the default box with the AWP.
1 for 1, not too bad, but Skull needed more than that. Now it's on to Viridian to see if he can crack open this A bomb site, and he's done a pretty good job of that. Vision as well is able to chime in with another assisting frag, and actually Vantage, I love this call, are going to wrap their way back in toward the B bomb site. Hats has kind of cottoned onto that, but he's going to have to win himself a duel, and he does do that. Vision will go down despite the flash getting tossed on in. It leaves Viridian in an awkward spot where he's got to watch multiple angles, and maybe in the worst case, at least he can get a bomb plant down to assist with the buy next round for Vantage. 1 on 2 though. Very real possibility here for Viridian. Hats is going to walk into that sight line, but the shot won't connect. And BNK will get themselves another 7-0. It's kind of like Groundhog Day at this point. Every single round ends the same way.
Defuse delayed for BNK to pick up the double AWP. So that'll be a nice little change up in their setup. Another buy through coming from Vantage. But as you mentioned, it's kind of Groundhog Day for them. It's not good enough to be able to, you know, chip in a couple of kills, bring things down to a 2-on-2 if you're not winning any of them. Need to actually get some rounds on the board sooner rather than later.
Sooner rather than later would be ideal. Not really seeing the angle at the moment, though. Vision's hit a couple of nice shots, I guess. But a lot of the time, it feels like those kills are coming a little bit too late in the round to actually have any kind of impact. That might be the big problem for Vantage at this point, is that they're just losing a lot of the opening duels. PZ and Hats are going back to double AWP. And Bad News Kangaroos will take that mid control away from Vantage. PZ getting another opening kill. So there's another example of exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to take mid without even actually taking it, like with bodies. And BNK are definitely punishing them for that. And Hats holding down the B apartments. The T's locked behind a smoke, but may choose to execute through it. Molly to balcony. Going to be a big tell that the hit's coming in any second now.
Yeah, has well and truly committed to this bomb site. He's got Hats there to help him out as well, and this is going to be a tough crossfire to break, particularly because Hats is hitting his shots. That's the third one in a row, fourth now that will connect, one of which was through the wall, so it didn't end up being a killing blow, but either way, he's pretty much hit everything he needed to there. And BNK will go to 8, and they are making a mincemeat advantage at the moment.
Yeah, and that was the clean round that they were looking for, right? You know, you had a couple of nail biters where they're dropping guns here and there. That was a very, very clean round for BNK to build up their economy and actually deny the bomb plant to a full loss bonus T side. Which means, once again, Vantage back down onto a half bite. Which map did Vantage push Rooster through to OT on?
Addict. Might actually have to do something in this round now. Oh, he's going to lose his head. Hiding desperately in the corner. The jump shots are coming through with that Tech 9. Viridian will be boosted up. That's the end of Addict. So it's actually gone a little bit pear-shaped for Bad News Kangaroos.
T's trying to make their way up connector. Has sitting in window, looking for that mid timing. He's able to find it unpunished. Then Brace immediately peeking off of that contact. Gets to a round that was looking promising. That was a man advantage situation with some mid control. Gets dismantled in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, not sure what to say about this one for Vantage. Tough day at the office, it seems like. They thought they were onto a good thing with their first map of this tournament. Almost got the dub over Rooster. Could have been a different night had that one been secured, but not the case, and now they're kind of just getting pumped by Hats. He's 14-2 right now. Man thinks he's Alistar and he's playing on Greyhound.
He's running around. Haven't seen him on the secondary ult too much. Usually, I think it's been Hazard taking it and posting up on the B-Apps line, but he's definitely staking a claim to that.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is about Hats, and it's something that I think ties into a couple of the other Greyhound or former Greyhound members, is that we'll hold that thought for a second actually, because Skull's kind of doing things.
Yeah, I mean he's gotten control of the B side of the map. Mollied out market. Knows that there's still more work to be done though. So he's actually going to re-aggro mid. Meet up with Vision. Bad News Kangaroos. The whole B side's dirty and they're kind of setting up to deal with that. But this is quite switched on for Brace to keep an eye on the A side of the map. Skull's actually picked the rotation. Vision goes down with the mob. It's going to have to be Skull to literally 1v5 this round if they're going to get it.
Yeah, Nade'll do a bit of chip damage to Brace, but similarly it also ensures that Bad News Kangaroos know exactly where Skull is, and he's going to try to fake that he's jumped up into the ladder room, which actually has allowed him to cross back into jungle. That's a really sharp play. Addict otherwise occupied. In saying that, though, Brace will be pretty aware of where Skull could potentially be, but oh, he almost found the timing out of that smoke. That was very nearly a huge round from Skull. Either way, though, doesn't get converted. And so Vantage are now facing that double digits number on Bad News Kangaroo side of the scoreboard.
Double AWP going to be continued here for Bad News Kangaroos. 1-3-1, much quicker pacing into mid from Vantage. Addict picking his timing to potentially nade open the smoke, but decides against it. Instead going to pop a flash over Tetris' side and allow maybe that A side player to peek out to Tetris, but Omichella still wins that duel. In the meanwhile, unfortunately, the T's are getting picked apart in middle.
Ooh,
no
PZ.
scope from PZ.
Yeah, not having a bad round here. 2 kills in it. Doesn't need to get a third, though, because Addict has that one on lock. And yeah, that round didn't really amount to a whole lot, unfortunately, for Vantage. And it seems like at the moment, actually, this map might not amount to a whole lot, because I just don't see Bad News Kangaroos losing around on this CT side.
Yeah. I mean, the closest game, and I'm pretty surprised, to be honest, the closest map that you got between Vantage and Rooster was Anubis, which is usually a pretty decent map for Rooster as well. So I'm quite surprised that Vantage didn't opt to pick Anubis again against the BNK guys, because it's not like it got banned.
Oh, that's huge damage already onto Vision from the util, but Hazza completely flashed out and can't see a damn thing, which will make it a bit more difficult to get that spray going down. And here might actually be a chance for a round for Vantage. They're going to get a bomb plant on B. They're going to have numbers advantage, and they've still got Omichella being a bit of a pest in mid, who's going to clean up one more frag. It's actually not over yet. Vantage, they're going to do it. They're going to get themselves a round right at the 11th hour. Hats down as well, and I mean, that's a great round. 11-1. Wow, Vantage. They got one at least. Well, Vantage, they managed to get themselves at least one at the end of the half. They have at least avoided getting 13 0'd in the first map of this game against Bad News Kangaroos. But by and large, there's still not a whole lot to write home about if you're Vantage here. And making a comeback is probably quite far from their minds. You're going to have to take this one round at a time. And it all starts with the pistol. So let's see what they can do here as Bad News Kangaroos will head in the direction of the B site.
Setting up for the exit. Hats looking to make contact out A, and that's exactly what he's done. Double entry the site self-sufficiently with a dropped P250. Pulls an additional rotate. There's still 2 players trying to hold down the B site here, and BNK are thinking about whether they actually want to commit to this B hit.
Looks like they're just going to leave Addict. He's kind of been left high and dry, actually, because he's in a tough spot. He's not going to be able to get out of there. Either way, though, the round is going pretty okay for BNK at this point. They do have Hats exploring the A bomb site. P250 in hand, so he's going to be a deadly one to go up against. And Vision with the silencerless USP might actually have to take that challenge.
Underarm smoke to allow the Hellraiser's plan to go down, reverse default. Nice and open, which is actually pretty good for the post plant towards A ramp. So 3 CTs up here, and Skull's got a kit so they can take their time coming back in. Vision without a silencer. And it doesn't look like it's working out for him right now. Oh, there you go.
You lied. Still, it took him quite a bit of time there to dislodge Hats, which means the bomb timer has ticked about halfway through. And PC hasn't given away his position just yet, though he's just going to be bopped as well. And now it is all down to Brace. He talked about that bomb plant. Here's where it comes into play. Brace with the shot and Brace with the 1v3. We'll get one more for BNK. 12-1. 1 round away from securing map 1.
Brace immediately puts the silencer back on. I remember I took it off when the USP came out in this game. And I was like, is there any difference? Is it better? There's no advantage to taking it off. Just trying to be different.
Yeah.
Force buy coming in for Vantage here. Scouts are out. Trying to bag him and tag him and bag him. Bag him with the deeks maybe. Surprised that BNK have gone for so many Mac 10s when they know that the force is inevitable. Looking like they're going to do some kind of short split with the positions that they had there. I think they have a set play in mind here, BNK.
Well, Vision is certainly making no secrets about what weapon he's holding on to. And speaking of set plays here, is some of that util getting tossed over into the B side. It almost looks like they're just sort of hedging their bets here. Maybe if Brace can get a kill with that Mac 10, they're going to go B. If not, they're going to reroute their way in through mid. Vantage haven't really moved, though, off the back of all that util that's been tossed. And it ends up going to be a B split through short and apps. Hans will jump across. Omi's got himself a kill. So is Vision. So is Skull. This is actually starting to go wrong for BNK. They might not be able to close it out right here. Hats is certainly under pressure on short, but the smoke at least is keeping him safe for now. And PZ will be given at least enough space to plant the bomb. Can he find himself an AK? That'll be the big question mark for now. Doesn't look like it, but at least he's been able to cross into market. And Hats needed one there probably. Don't see PZ getting this done with only a Mac 10. Sets a head armor for Omichella and Drox as well. Will make the job more difficult, and that's going to be Vantage to survive at least one more round.
Could Viridian find someone going to airdrop him an extra rifle? I'm wondering. Just having a look. There you go, Khalil found. That's nice. So 3 rifles. Brought into this round. What to do here? Another force from BNK. Trying to get the end of the game done. Could have definitely made an argument for a single save. 4 sets of no head armor, which against the Galils and MP9s is a recipe for disaster here, potentially.
Yeah, in saying that, though, surely BNK are just keen to get this one over and done with. They'll be feeling super confident about things. PZ's already been able to strike early onto Omichella. So Vantage are going to have to do it the hard way, down 4 on 5. Wonder if that AK is going to get ferried across to either Hazard or Addict. PZ not really in a position to toss it across. Oh, and he almost actually got the cheeky kill onto Skull there. Had he had another little bit of HP, he might have been able to get a long enough spray down, but not the case this time. So AK retrieval mission is now in effect for Brace and Hazard. Meanwhile, Hans is just walking his way out onto A, into Tetris, and opening up that side.
Dual taken in mid. So they're aware roundabouts of where the CTs are positioned towards con side. So both of these players scaling out Palace onto the CT. Strox goes down as well. Double from Hats, looking very sharp indeed. All on vision now, and he's found by Addicts. So that's going to be it. BNK picking up the first map with absolutely no speed bumps along the way, really. Pretty straightforward game. And man, it really feels like at the moment there is big gaps in Oceania. You know, big gap between Greyhound and the next two, and then under that, big gap as well.
Yeah, look, I don't think you can necessarily blame Vantage all that much. To my understanding, they've just had a roster change with Drox coming in. And also, I believe they're playing with the sub tonight. I don't think Viridian is in there as their core member. So that's going to make life difficult, especially when you get against the BNK. And this is kind of where we're talking about BNK. And, you know, you would have maybe heard us talking about them in that first match against Greyhound. And we were saying, yeah, BNK's been looking a little bit better and stuff like that. Well, these guys are morons. But this is actually a bit of an example. When they're not against a team called Greyhound, they do look pretty strong in the Oceanic region at least. So solid stuff from BNK. But either way, there's still some more maps left in this series, potentially 2. We'll find out how many, though, after the break as we head into map 2. And hopefully Vantage can give us something a little more.
Hey Future Pros, I have a classic Mirage smoke for you today, and that is the mid-window smoke from T-Spawn. If you're feeling a bit too lazy to learn all the spawn smokes, or you want to smoke mid in the mid round, this should help you out. To throw this smoke, get into the corner of the bin. Aim at this point about 75% to the right of the door, then just below the middle point between the door and the roof. Then hold D to walk into the bin and jump throw. Just like that, mid should be smoked off. I see a lot of missed smokes for window, so don't be one of those people. Be one of the good ones.
Kesratov is in contract jail in the Fury Tower.
Well, firstly, congratulations, everyone. You are the lucky few who have made it through the auditions.
What audition?
Now, it's time for some dry runs.
Now, I'm sure you've all memorized your lines.
You guys never send me the script.
But the script is here if you need it. Now, Hugo, please, go on.
Interior. Night. A troop patrols an underground bunker. We follow a tunnel leading to an impenetrable metal door. Inside, a meeting takes place.
Look around, gentlemen. I was tasked to assemble the greatest minds Counter-Strike has to offer. But none of them could make it. You read the brief? Kesratov is in contract jail in the Fury Tower. I ask for your best tries to get him out. Well, what do we have here?
Take it by force.
Impressive as ever, Victor. Kirill?
But you always made the plan the best.
Alexei?
I may have something, but it's complex.
Try me.
We hit the north entrance and we hit it hard. We send in Alpha for a full force breach. With the Furia forces occupied north, Beta squad sneaks in through the southern entrance.
Alexis, sorry, please, just for me. Can you simplify it?
Okay, concentrate. Let's take the north entrance labeled A. The south, B. We send one squad north to hit A, but what we're actually doing is hitting B.
A diversion. It's so crazy. It's just my work.
Of all the IGLs I worked with, you are the only one who gets it. It's genius. Call in Alpha and Beta. Let's go get our men.
What? You really don't know? It's fake. He's a fucking idiot.
Rightio, here we are back again for the IEM Dallas 2024 qualifier, and right now into the lower bracket match. B&K and Vantage taking each other on in essentially what is a must-win if they want to stay alive in this qualifier. It's not looking too good for Vantage at the moment. B&K back with a vengeance after kind of getting slapped around a little bit by Greyhound earlier on today, are doing just the same thing actually to Vantage.
Yeah, and look, I don't think that's too far outside the realms of possibility. Would have liked to see, especially how close Vantage pushed Rooster on Anubis. They're picking Anubis into this series. I'm quite surprised to see them go ahead and pick Mirage. Maybe seeing any kind of perceived weakness from B&K based on their results against Greyhound on that map, but I don't think that that's really a conclusion that you can draw, you know?
Either way, it's going to be a big one for Vantage here if they want to bring it back for map number 3. It's also B&K's map pick here on Vertigo, so it's not a good signal for Vantage, but they'll be hearing those footsteps toward the A side, and Viridian, yeah, he doesn't like what he hears. Just going to back up. He's the only one really over here at the moment, and just trying to hold for that rotate to come through. Now has been smoked off. Bad News Kangaroos with that obstructed vision of Vantage are going to be able to walk their way onto that bomb site. Fake plant from Hazza, expecting some retaliation from the util. Not going to get it. And so in the end, we'll get his bomb plant down. But Skull straight in on the defuse. He's hoping they haven't heard that, and he might be right. Where's the shots? Nobody has been able to stop that defuse. What a cheeky little play from Skull.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Hazard playing around the double nade there, but they didn't play around the underarm smoke crab walk in ninja defuse, and they have been made to regret that. Regardless, though, with the bomb plant, you're going to see a force buy. There is no nuance to this round from the Bad News Kangaroos. There is no utility. They are going to be running at their opponents and shooting them in the head, or they will be saving next round.
Yeah, fair enough, I think, actually, after what we saw on Mirage. But that is why util's pretty useful there. Omichella could have been a dead man if he didn't have that incendiary nade, but keeps himself alive with it.
Pop flash onto the line. PC's found a kill on Meridian here. Omichella thinking he's cleared middle, but caught on the timing, trying to fall back. A two-man advantage for BNK here with a pick on ramp, pick in middle. And now after settling things, you can see the CTs try to aggress, try to transition into some kind of mid-push to react to the pick that they've lost. But BNK are already kind of regrouping for the 1-4, heading towards B stairs with PZ on the lurk towards A.
It's about as bad as it could have gotten, really, for Omichella there, wasn't it? Just stuck out in no man's land and 3 guys swing you with AKs. What you gonna do?
This triple flank, though. This could make things a little spicy.
How's the timing on it, though? It doesn't really look like it's going to have huge amounts of impact, though. Hats is the one holding onto the bomb. And if he gets caught, things could get awkward, but Vantage aren't quite quick enough through the map to catch him, and he's into B now. Covered off well by Hazza. Excellent crosshair placement, and he's going to go looking for more, expecting vision somewhere close by. Maybe not that close. But that'll be a pretty good round from B&K in the end. They'll be happy with that. Force brought in. As you said, no util, just rifles. Made it work.
And Vantage, any success that they had in the pistol with that cheeky little ninja diffuse play. Unfortunately, we'll have to go back to the drawing board. Forced by Deagle and Armor. Try to cause a bit of an upset here. B&K, pretty significant util and weaponry advantage for them. Gonna head towards B stairs here. Once again, just a bit of a 1-4. Progression molly onto the close angles, trying to give the T's a bit more space. Another double molly, clearing out all of these close positions. A nade stack as well onto vision. That is gorgeous util usage for the Exy here.
Yeah, Hazard's going to lose his life, though. Deagle from Viridian was good for 1. Not sure how much more we're going to find from that, though, because it's a pretty clean round in the end for B&K. And they are flexing their muscles here on Vertigo one more time. It's kind of feeling like we've just followed on from that first map of Mirage, and nothing has really changed. Same vibes.
Yeah.
Vibe check? Are you a viber, Pilski?
The vibes are immaculate with you, Jordan, always.
That's right.
The vibes for Vantage, not so immaculate. The vibes for Rooster also not so immaculate on the B stream after that first game. So some of us are vibing, some of us are not vibing. You take turns with it, you know. B&K have had one not vibey game earlier, and this one's the vibes are immaculate.
Sharing is caring, you know. What is this from Vantage? All right, the triple head stack. Gonna see what they can get done with that one. Who's gonna be on the top? Someone's got to be on the top, you know. Well, I don't know that PZ was fully expecting that, but it'll be good for one. Vantage are coming up with some interesting things tonight. But that round is still not going to go their way. So a bit of fun had. Beyond that, though, not a whole lot of success.
Now time for the gun round, though, Jordan. This is where everything could change, maybe. Because, you know, guns are good. They weren't so good on Mirage for Vantage, but they were good for B&K. So, look, they'll be good for someone this round. And this is why I'm the color caster, you know?
You just know everything there is to know.
Big insights coming in.
I don't know if you heard that, or if the stream heard that, but that was a dog.
Oh, what did Nox do? Oh, we're dry walking through mid, I guess. No, not like this. They've kind of put it back together. That was a bit messy for a second.
Well, let's see what Hats can get done. It's been flashed out, which is a bit of an awkward timing for him. And again, just as he wants to swing, the flash is going to come through from the CT side. Brace is there to keep it on lock, though. And we find ourselves back at a 3-on-3. Bad News Kangaroos trying to bully their way into the B bomb site. B stands for bully. Maybe B stands for Brace at this point as well, because he's got the bomb. He wants to push it forward onto that B site, but B&K might even be better off calling the cancel here. Hard to do that, though, when PC's as committed as he is. And Viridian will be able to double down. Gets himself an AWP as well on the way out. 2-3. Vantage have another.
Done well for themselves. Looking like a much better game from them here on Vertigo than we're seeing on Mirage. Not out the woods yet, though. That round did come down to the wire. Both teams out of cash. No loss bonus, so big swing round. Which is going to be harder for Vantage to recover from on the CT side. Duel. Just sitting around smoke. HE Nade blowing it open, and PC's going to win that. Very rough start for Vantage, who finds themselves on the precipice of a make or break round to try to crack into this half a bit more.
Double stack towards side hall could be a problem for B&K. Brace will go down for free there. And information is now starting to flow for Vantage. There's not a whole lot happening over at A, but I think that's come through a little bit too late. Vision, he'll get himself behind Generator, but he's not really in the site, and he's only able to go 1-for-1. Omichella will be wrapped on here by Hazza, who might have bitten off more than he can chew there. Lots of Vantage members coming through at the same time will make it difficult for him. PZ having a bit of an easier time, though, picking his duels, and that's 4-2 now for B&K. Money reset for Vantage, and the CT side getting off to a pretty poor start here on Vertigo.
Back on the full eco for them. Some kind of a nade stack in the works. Double mollies up scaff and ramp. There's the nade stack onto the sandbags position.
Looking pretty easy so far for B&K. Brace working his way up through side hall. Paddock getting work done as well. And Vantage not really having a whole lot of success to be expected when you have a buy like that. Deagle's out again for Viridian. Hats is just chilling on top of the boxes with the bomb. Someone's had to tell him, hang on, Hats, you're holding the bomb. But he's back up on his perch. He's hunting those eco frags.
Drox, see if he can find any damage whatsoever with this beak. Not to be. Aim punch is too much of a factor. Hat's having another great map for himself. Good to see him playing with confidence. Wanted to see a bit more of that against Greyhound, to be honest. He had a round or two, but that's about it.
Okay, off we go. Round number 8. No AWP this time around for Vantage. Money's obviously been a bit of a problem thus far.
Rob smokes from both sides over towards A ramp here. And a bit of spam from the A1Ss. 4 grenades and a minute 35 is not where you want to be on your CT side. CPNK just waiting out the initial wave of util, and Vantage has very little left over from that for the mid to late rounds. So they're going to have to trust Crossfire's basic kind of positioning or pushes. So far, it's going okay for them. But the trades from B&K are still there. Skull trying to hold on the site and over-peeking into the AWP is probably the difference maker for this round.
Yeah, it's really opened the B-bomb site back up. Drox will be kept at bay by the Molotov unless he wants to jump around the corner onto the catwalk, which is just not the play at this point. Viridian on jump up is there to assist. They don't have any util to get back into this site. They don't have any defuse kits either. And B&K have been able to clear out stairs. So they're just going to keep their attention focused on the retake on the bomb site. PZ will drop off. And he's been taken down as well. So Addict is actually going to have a bit of a job to do now. Thing is, though, Vantage have got no idea where he is. And so he'll strike for the freebie onto Viridian. Now he has to take the fight, though. Second tap will give away the game. Addict doesn't have to peek too far and indeed holds on long enough. As mentioned, no defuse kit for Vantage. So even though they do a reasonable job on the retake of the B site, they just don't do it quickly enough. That'll be a 6th for Vantage.
Be half by around the couple of saved weapons, or at least the singular saved weapon. Get the Nova out, why not? Try something a bit different.
I guess so.
But yeah, this game kind of going the same direction as the first map, unfortunately.
Yeah. Hard to be too critical of Vantage, though.
I think I was too blessed with the Mind Freak run in the Chengdu qual, you know.
Yep.
That was definitely a once-off.
Really got your hopes up, didn't you?
Yeah, I was like, wow. The tier 2 of OCE could be something going on there.
You've changed from one side of the hopium to the other with the tier 2 hopium depleting. We have Greyhound hopium increasing.
Maybe that's what it is. They're like taking the power out of the rest of the scene and using it to like spirit bomb the RMR.
True. I think everyone would be happy with that. You know. Couple of months where the Oceanic teams play a little bit more poorly, just to allow Greyhound to get to the major.
Yeah, just give him more confidence. Honestly,
make him get the 3, 3-2 or 3-1 or whatever. Well, let's say 3-0 to make it to the next stage. And then Asia gets an extra slot at the next major. That would be pretty cool.
Asia with an extra slot into the Shanghai major.
China major.
I wouldn't say no to that. I wouldn't say no.
Yep.
Money is pretty good for B&K here. It's kind of working their way through this game on the T side under the leadership of Toby Brace Barnes. Good structure. It's always what we expect from the Kangaroos. So far, that's what we're getting. This time, a bit more of a 1-3-1 though. It's going to be pressure on middle from the T's. Man, PC has just been getting spam kills on A multiple times so far this game. It's got to be frustrating.
It's got that big brain energy coming through. Or tactical radar. One or the other.
Oh, be careful. What do you say about radar?
I saw that tweet. I think people are getting a little bit too ahead of themselves with that one, but Hats maybe could have benefited from it because Vision caught him off guard, that's for sure. Kaz has also gone down, so BNK, numbers disadvantage for Vantage Esports. What can they do with this extra man that they've got? They have left mid open, which will allow the creep in from BNK, and they might actually be able to isolate a fight over toward the B site. It is just Vision over there for the moment. Viridian coming back, though, on the timing. Will lose a lot of his HP, and Addict looking for that opener. Here we go. This is where it starts to go wrong for Vantage. It was a 2v4. Now it's a 2v3 post-plant. Vantage still having to rotate their way across. Omichella on the flank. 3 half HP members for Vantage. This is a very losable round, particularly because BNK are fighting together. Addict and Brace standing next to one another. Omichella's going to go down as well, and these half HP targets are proving to be a little too easy for BNK. It's a 2-on-4 victory for Brace and Addict that will secure the 8th round.
Started out as a man advantage for BNK, flipped into a 2-on-4, and then they convert it. Bit of a bloody seesaw round, that one. But it doesn't seem to matter what the table stakes are or how many people are kicking around. BNK is still going to win.
Yes.
Seems like the name of the game right now, unfortunately, for the Vantage boys. This time, pressure towards B main, where Vantage have pretty consistently had players. Once again, these progression mollies seem to be a bit of a tell that it's going to be a B hit from BNK. Same exit we saw before anti-eco.
Vision wants to take the fight to BNK. It might not be a bad shout. It's getting assistance from Skull there as well. It's actually a nice bit of aggression from Vantage. One of their mollies has gone off the edge. No big deal though, 4-on-2. This one,
no big deal.
A bit more difficult of a 4-on-2 actually for the BNK members.
I mean, Addict and Hats are alive, so...
That's true.
Still doable. Slowly clearing these angles. Vantage is taking a fair bit of map control in the meanwhile. You got Skull floating around in T-spawn right now. Retake 8. CTs kind of know what's clean and what's dirty. Got a good rotation timing too. Skull on the flank here.
Doesn't look like this round's going to go wrong. Addict doesn't have the chance. Too many members to worry about. 3rd round on the board for Vantage, but they will definitely need the 4th. BNK 13-2 on the first map. At least Vantage have gone one step further than that here on map 2. But still not really doing enough to convince me that they're going to be able to push this one to overpass.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Kind of feels like a similar story to the BNK game against Greyhound, really. Like they put some good rounds together here and there, but overall are just not looking competitive enough. As we head into the last round of the half here on Vertigo. This time a 1-1-3 from BNK to kick things off, and now the rest of the team's heading towards A main where there's 4 CTs waiting. They're looking to aggress in the mid round. This is going to get messy around the crane.
Yeah, Vantage had some success with the B aggression last round, and this time they're going to throw in their flavor of A aggression, and it's kind of also worked out until Hats has managed to double down. BNK are going to call the cancel, or they thought about it. Hazard at least wants to back off, but he's on 22 HP, so you can kind of understand. Leave the job to the healthier members, Addict and Hats, and it's been done well. Now it is just Vision who has to convert this 1-on-3. Hazard and Hats are one-shottable, but Addict not quite. And Addict is going to be the difficult one to get past as well, considering he's 12-4. Time running away from him too. Snake could prove useful if tossed into side hall. He'd get the freebie onto Hazard, though Might have just been a little too late with that grenade. And Hazard reading the situation will finish it off. It's 9-3. BNK dominant again on map 2. So Vantage were able to get themselves at least 3 rounds in that first half, but it's still not really enough to get too excited about here, considering they're down 1 map already. BNK, well, they weren't looking too good earlier on tonight, but here in a matchup where they can punch down, they are certainly doing that. And a pistol round here would all but assure a 2-0 this evening.
Group up towards A ramp, trying to set the pace and catch these CTs before they're able to scramble out of position. 1 for 1 to kick things off. Goosh at the back of the head for vision. Gonna blur his vision a little bit, but Brace holding strong on the side after the initial 2 for 2. Plucks 1 more T out of the equation, and now all of Bad News Kangaroos are here before the bomb even goes down.
Unfortunately, the bomb's been dropped in an awkward spot as well here for Viridian. He doesn't have many options but to press forward, and he'll go straight into the 2-stack of Brace and has up the high-low. Very difficult to deal with, and 10-3. Double digits secured for Bad News Kangaroos, and 1 step closer to finishing this map off. Looks like it'll be a force buy through from Vantage despite not getting the bomb plant down, so they really want to get these rounds on the board as early as possible, but I don't know if this is going to be the way to do it.
Seen the round 2 force catch a couple of things off guard. It seems to be gaining popularity at the moment. Mid control. Going to be attempted. Very quick pacing here for Vantage, finding that opening kill as well. It's a nice entry, but now running into a two-man crossfire of the MP9s, and the swing from Hazard on the A1S as well as Hats makes all the difference there. Bomb dropped in middle, 1v2 for Vision, very doable now.
He's making a lot of noise though, so Hats has a pretty good read on where he's at. Head armor available though for Vision. This is winnable, but not if he doesn't land the same shots Hats does there, and Hats makes it look pretty clean in the end. 11-3. It was an expensive round for BNK, but in the case that Vantage have obviously force bought into that round, you can say it's acceptable because Vantage are in an even worse economic position, and they don't have time to recover that economy either.
No, they don't. It's going to be a single save, and then it's going to have to be a flawless T-half, and Vantage have looked anything but so far. They've had one good map out of 4 in the qualifiers for Dallas, which against some pretty tough opposition is probably to be expected, I suppose. B main control, as well as A main control being taken by the Kangaroos. Really keeping the T's back on their side of the map. Just oppressive util use.
Yeah, what do you even say for Vantage right now? Bad luck. Tough night. It ain't getting salvaged this time. 12-3, 1 round away for BNK. We've had probably one of the fastest nights of Counter-Strike I've ever cast, at least in terms of, you know, doing 2 BO3s. These maps have just been blitzed, really.
Some of those, I mean, it's MR12, so you can't compare, but some of those first, like, opening days of champs back in the day were definitely the fastest. If you were to factor in the MR12, like, some of those were crazy.
Yeah.
But this is giving me those vibes for sure.
First seed versus 16th seed, it'll do that. Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is this is like, you know, maybe 2 or 3 seed versus like 4 or 5 seed, you know?
Yeah, it's like, it's only a 2 or 3 seed gap between these teams.
Yeah. And it almost does look like what you're saying, where we would watch the first seed against the last seed and it would just be an utter demolition. To be fair, Vantage are playing with a sub, so, you know, there is that factor, but BNK, they're looking hot tonight, at least in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of demolition, that's a pretty apt word for what happened in ramp there. Vision's gone down in the meanwhile. Drox to 1-on-4 to save the game here. Bomb dropped in ramp.
Not sure he's going to be able to make this one happen. Bit of a tickle there, and he's finished off as well by PZ. That's 13-3. And the scoreline that we were all expecting at the halftime pretty much gets converted there. It's 2-0 tonight for BNK. I guess kind of making amends for the 0-2 that they suffered against Greyhound earlier on. And they kind of did it in same fashion. So nice little recovery, I guess, from BNK as they'll go through at least the lower bracket final tomorrow. And presumably that'll be against Rooster. The way things are playing out, at least on the mainstream, it seems like that'll be the case. So we'll get to see that El Clasico again.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vertigo was not particularly close between Greyhound and Rooster, but from what I'm seeing, Anubis is looking a little more competitive. So if you do actually want to see a bit more of a back and forth game with some of Australia's best players, that's where I'd be heading right now. But Vantage, unfortunate, you know, were good enough to beat out some of the other strong teams here domestically in Oceania to make it through to this close qualifier. So already hats off for that. They've done well, and they've gotten themselves a couple of series against some of the best teams in Oceania, but did not cut the mustard this time.
No, certainly not. And I guess it's a positive for BNK to sort of be able to bounce back off of a pretty rough loss that now they know that they go into that lower bracket final and again probably play against Rooster, and depending on how that matchup obviously plays out, you know, we'll see whether or not they can make it back to the grand final to have another crack at Greyhound. And as far as a BNK and Rooster matchup would be concerned, I would actually think that one could be pretty close. I'll probably lean towards BNK for the moment, even though they, you know, did get knocked down into the lower bracket earlier on. They had a bit of a tougher opening match, so there is that to factor in as well. But either way, that's the end of the night. It was a fast night, and I guess great news for B&K. They still survive. Bad news for Vantage, unfortunately. They're out, but we do have another day of IEM Dallas qualifiers still yet to come. That's tomorrow, so we do hope to see you then again, 4:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time for that lower bracket final, and it'll be Pilsky and I back once again. So we'll catch you then. Have a good night.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Thank you.